Go. All right. Well, good morning. I'd like to call this meeting of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners to order. It is November 12th. And we have prayer invocation led by Pastor Lloyd M. Street from Coopersville today.
Let's go ahead and pray together. Heavenly Father, as we have come to this place today, we have seen your beautiful creation this morning, glowing and sparkling throughout Ottawa County as the sun is shining. Lord, we thank you for your blessings on our community. Lord, the blessings of an abundant harvest this year. Lord, blessings of protection through a severe weather season. Lord, your blessings upon our community and our industry and in so many other ways. Father, we thank you for all these good gifts that you've given us. Lord, we thank you as we gather today, a week past our community and our national election, for your blessing upon that as well. Lord, that there was peace, that it went smoothly. Lord, that the results were in most places very clear. And Lord, we understand that all those that you've called to serve in these various offices, Lord, that you are the one who has put them in these places. And so, Father, we pray for all of our leaders, all of our elected officials, all of our county leaders, that you would continue to bless them, lead them, guide them, give them the wisdom that they stand in need of for the important decisions that they make. Oh, Lord, continue to use them in such a way that they would be blessings to our community. And Lord, that together we might honor and glorify you. Father, we thank you for your good gifts. We ask that you would lead and guide us in a way that we more and more would submit ourselves to your law and bring honor and glory to you in every way. Hear our prayers, for we ask them in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
All right, well, Veterans Day was yesterday, so happy Veterans Day. It's important to remember the sacrifice our veterans have made for our country. Some confuse Veterans Day, the Veterans Day holiday, with Memorial Day. But Memorial Day is to honor those who paid the ultimate price and died for our nation. And Veterans Day is an opportunity to reflect on and remember the contributions of our veterans who returned home from war and served in peacetime. I wanted to read a quote before we go to the pledge by John F. Kennedy. He said, "As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them." And as the new motto of Veterans Services says, deeds, not words. So do we have any veterans in the room with us today? Will you please stand and be recognized? Thank you. And I have asked Jason Schenkel to lead us in the pledge today. If you could please rise.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Ms. Cosby. Mr. Kleinjans.
Here.
Mr. Zylstra.
Here.
Mr. Bonema. Mr. Moss.
Here.
Mrs. Wenzel.
Here.
Mrs. Curran.
Present.
Mrs. Rhodey. Mr. Belknap.
Here.
Mr. Bergman.
Here.
And Mrs. Miedema.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
All right, great. Thank you. Okay. First up is correspondence. And we have Pat with us here to talk about a bond issuance. Pat, welcome. And I believe there's probably a presentation maybe. Oh, good.
Morning.
I'm here today to give a presentation on the Wyoming water system. We have a large project that we've been working on for quite some time. And we're at that point where we're going to need your approval for a bond issue. And so before I ask that, we thought maybe we'd give a quick presentation on what we've been working on. So,
Pat, could I interrupt for just a
Yes.
second? So I asked Pat to come because there's a lot of detail in this one. And he and Karen sat down with me to kind of walk through a lot of the detail, and it was a lot. So it's a larger issuance, and I thought it would be really helpful just to hear directly from Pat. So
I've tried to add a lot of pictures and try to give a better explanation. So hopefully that'll all work. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Pat Staskevich. I'm the Public Utilities Director for the Ottawa County Road Commission. So the map that I have here first is the entire service area of the Wyoming water system. You can see we get water from Lake Michigan. There's a treatment plant along the coast. And then we've got two large pipelines that go all the way into Kent County. Here's a picture of the plant here. Looking south from New Holland Street, you can see we have a big hole out in front of the road there. This is when we had one of the transmission mains were under repair. So the Wyoming system was established in 1964, but it serves now over about 250,000 people. It provides service to 5 communities in Kent County, cities of Wyoming, Granville, and Kentwood, and also Byron and Gaines townships. It serves 9 communities in Ottawa County. And this map right here will give a little bit more detail on that service area in Ottawa County. The light green area is the future service area for Wyoming, and the dark green is the areas that are currently served. So you can see the plant, and then the pink areas are the Holland area system. So you can see the light areas future, dark for current. So we've got the 2 pipelines going across. We have no service in Port Sheldon Township right now, but they could get service. Olive has just a few along the southern and eastern border of their township. Blendon Township has service along the east and west borders. Georgetown, Hudsonville are almost completely served. Jamestown Township is a growing community and they have water growing in the central northern part of their service area. And then you can see Zeeland, Holland, and Park Township are all combined and they are into one system that Holland Township operates. Point this inside. There we go. So I'm going to talk about a few terms here and they're everyday terms to me, but I'll just explain them to you folks. This is a map of the bird's eye view of the treatment facilities. So down in the lower right corner, you see the intake facilities. The intake is a crib that's at the end of the pipe, a pipe going from the lake to the shoreline, and then a big wet well where we have pipes. And those are pumped into the plant through pipelines. And that whole system, it's depicted in green here, is called the raw water system. And so that's where we get water from the plant, the lake into the plant. As we zoom into the plant, we have pre-treatment, and that's where the green lines turn into these lighter color blue. And the pre-treatment is a little bit more capacity than the filtration. So we can pre-treat 130 million gallons per day, but then the next step is filtration, and we're currently limited to 120 million gallons per day. Then after the filters, the water goes to the high service pumps. We add more chlorine, and it's distributed through the pipelines. You can see that pipeline going to the south. That is the interconnection between the Holland area's system and the Wyoming system. Here's a few pictures of the project from 2002. You can see the large raw water pipelines, the pipe gallery with green pipe. So that means the raw water is coming in. And then you can see this high pressure pumping system with the pump motor on top, and the pump is actually below the floor there. So that's the finished water. There's a brief history of the system. It was constructed in 1964 for 32 million gallons per day. The city of Wyoming originally had a groundwater supply system, and so they were getting into limitations with that, and so they decided to build this system. In 1972, they expanded that to 64 million gallons per day, and at that time, the county purchased capacity 15% at that time. And back in the early 70s, that was when the EPA grants were about, and we were starting to build water and sewer systems in Georgetown and Holland Townships. By 1988, the plant had expanded to 80 MGD. We had a second transmission main built, and we had 33% capacity. 2002, we expanded to 120 million gallons per day. We did raw water main improvements, and we purchased 43% capacity. At that time, there was a limitation, however, that we could only distribute 104 million gallons per day due to limitations in the transmission system. So we had planned for a booster station at that time. Here's a quick snapshot of where we are with demands. We're at about 36, 37 MGD on an average day. Peak day is around 84, 85 currently. We're using a little more than what our capacity is, and so I've been working with Wyoming on those next steps. You can see by 2045, we're going to be using almost half or a little more of the capacity. This table is a little busy, but it's really helpful in explaining how all these parts work. So I know that you may not be able to see all the numbers here, but that's why I color-coded them and try to explain this. So on the far left column is the years going down from current out to 2045. And then we've got the projected maximum days. The first column is that raw water system. And currently we're at 130 or 110 MGD, and then we'll be expanding that to 130 MGD and ultimately 200. Our next two columns deal with treatment. We've got the pre-treatment and the filtration. Pre-treatment has a little bit more capacity right now at 130, but the plant can put out 120. And then the last column in blue is the transmission main. And you can see right now we're limited to 104 MGD, but there's going to be 3 phases that will eventually add more and more capacity. And then that next column is the overall capacity. And that's where it all comes together. And that's what is really limiting us. And so as you can see, right in the first phase right here of the third transmission main, will go from 104 to 115 MGD, but that's really not our limiting factor. If you look over our intake, we can only take in 110 MGD at this point in time. So then we start our second project, which will be the second intake, and we'll expand that to 130, and then that'll limit, our next limit will be that transmission main system. So then we work on the second phase of the third transmission main. That gets us up to 125 MGD. However, that's really not our limit. It's the filtration is our limit. So you can see we work with that limit until such time we have to expand the plant. And then we're expanding to 160 MGD, and the pretreatment and filtration get in alignment. And we're good to go for a while. But then we have our limitation of the transmission main again. So then we have to do the third phase of the transmission main, and that gets us to 149 MGD, which we have another limitation, the intake and low service line. So our plan is to build that second intake, but not build the pump station that goes along with it until we need it. So then at that point in time, estimated at 2045, we would build that second pump station and all the pumps and associated piping with that. Now, this is what the engineers put together. This is not what Wyoming and Ottawa County are going to implement, but it lines up with the flow rates. And so I didn't, our plan is actually a little bit different than this, but this kind of gives you a big picture of what we're dealing with. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of big components that all play with each other, sometimes not nicely. And so we have to have an overall plan to make sure that we're one step ahead of demand. This picture shows the phases of the transmission main. I'm going to get into this third transmission main project. We originally were planning on going down the Berry Street corridor. That's the red line. As we started property acquisition, we ran into some problems with a few homes. So we pivoted to the Van Buren Street corridor, and that's the blue line right there. We're taking the pipeline to where 98th Avenue would be. It's just short of 96th Avenue. And then we're going to tie the three transmission mains together, and that's going to be the end of phase one. And phase two would go from 98th Avenue to 40th Avenue. And then phase three would go from 40th Avenue all the way into City of Wyoming. So that's the project. Now let me talk a little bit about financing. I started down this road last summer, talking to all the local units. The way that we've done financing in the past has been under Act 342. It requires a contract with local units. So this kind of gives you a comparison of the two. We'd like to proceed under Act 34. It has some real advantages, and I'm going to explain why we'd like to proceed under that method. So the Act 342 contract or process, requires a bond contract between Ottawa County and each municipality. So in this case, 9 contracts. So as we were going through that contract approval, one of the units wanted to pay cash, and we didn't have the rate methodology set up to allow that. So we hit a pause. I resolved that with the City of Wyoming. And then as we restarted, we were kind of behind the timeline. And so our finance advisor and bond counsel said, hey, there's this other method of financing, Act 34, which is quicker. And they use it on the east side of the state, and large counties can do it. And so the difference is under Act 342, the local units and the county pledge their full faith and credit, whereas in Act 34, only the county pledges their full faith and credit. The local units issue the notice of referendum under Act 342. So in the case of this particular project, I have to wait for the 9th unit of government to issue their notice of referendum, and then the 45-day referendum period for the entire project starts. So that can be, just that process alone can be 3 to 4 months. In this case, the county would issue the notice of referendum, and then that would start the 45-day referendum period. In the Act 342 contract, we still have rates to pay for the debt service on the bonds. That's the same under Act 34. But the service contract is really what gives us the authority to charge under Act 34. That's the only difference. The county would step in with your full faith and credit to pay in the case of non-payment to avoid default. And then the road commission would collect from the local units to reimburse the county if that were to happen. So let's talk about that for a second, because we've sold well over 100 bonds and we've never had to go into that, but that happens. And so we have to talk about it. We have a system set up so that we work really hard to avoid getting into that situation. We bill 60 days in advance of when the bond payment is due, and we require payment 30 days before. So if they don't make the payment 30 days before, we have 30 days to work out a plan B. We would talk to the treasurer. First, we would talk to the local unit, find out what went wrong, check got lost in the mail, what have you, get that resolved. If it is a more of a contractual issue, a dispute, then we would work with the county treasurer to step in immediately to make those payments. And then we work through dispute resolution to get that resolved. So that's the big picture of how this would work under Act 342 or Act 34. We would still need to work with that local unit to make it right. Now, the advantage of using the county to do this financing is we can use the full faith and credit of the entire county. And so all of the local units have benefited from that over hundreds of bond issues over the years. And so it is good. It's provided economic stability and vitality to this area. And so I certainly encourage us to continue to provide that service to the local units. But if for some reason you said no, there are the local units could issue debt on their own. Everyone would have a different credit rating, and they'd have to kind of go on their own. In this particular case, we have a project that's already been bid. Wyoming's ready to award it. They have decided as a plan C to issue bonds if we cannot. So that is, we have a plan to build this project basically with or without Ottawa County's financing. But it would be in the best interest of all the ratepayers to have the Ottawa County financing. That is by far the least costly option. And so that's what we're asking for your approval on. Total project of the cost is $85.4 million. Ottawa County's share is about $36.7 million, and we plan to bond for a little bit less than that, about 34.8 right now. This estimate on the interest rate's a little bit low. After the election, I'm not sure where we are at. I'm going to have to get a new estimate for our finance advisor, but it was at about 3.86 a couple months ago when we were working on this. The rate impact is about 43 cents per 1,000 gallons, or about $32 a year for a typical residential customer. So the next steps, I would like to get on the agenda for the next meeting to get your approval on the notice of referendum. That would start the 45-day referendum period. I'm working with the local units on a service contract, which I provided you with a copy of. You are not going to be approving that contract. It was just done for your information. So I've gotten feedback from one attorney already. So we have a few changes to make with that. One is signed off on it. So I'm going to get through that process by the end of the month. And then we'll start to schedule the local approval. I've already got one scheduled with Georgetown in December. So I will start going back to the local units, the 9 local units, and getting that contract approved. At the same time, we'd like to have the financing go parallel to that. So I'd like to ask for your approval after the referendum period has expired, sometime in January or February, to pass the second resolution, which would be required to actually sell the bonds. And at that point in time, I'll have a better feeling of where we stand with the local approval of that contract. Hopefully, we either have an executed contract in hand, or we have 1 or 2 communities that have left to do it. They're all shaking their heads in the same direction, and that we feel good proceeding. I won't present to this board without having that support from local units. And then if we can pull all that together by spring, we'll sell bonds in April or May. I went over a lot really quickly, and I know you've got a packed agenda, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to hear a little bit more about what the system does and how it benefits the communities. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have right now, or if you want to email me later with specific questions, I'd be prepared to respond to those at the next meeting.
Commissioner Bonema.
Yeah. Pat, thanks for being here.
Sure.
Great presentation. Have you had a chance to sit down with the treasurer to go through this to see if she has any questions?
No, we don't typically go through the treasurer. The treasurer has a small role in the sale of the bonds. She has an important role, but her role is small. I have in the past, we did run into one situation where supervisor threatened to not pay, and we did reach out to the treasurer at that time. It was Brad Slaw, and we worked out a plan B. It never was implemented. But that's really the treasurer's role, more on the back end. We work with the treasurer on all the payments. But our department is responsible for managing the financing through the treasurer's office.
And then just as a interesting point, we do have a AAA bond rating. That's what makes this so attractive to come through Ottawa County. Is there a quantifiable number that the taxpayers are benefiting on this $34 million bond that, you know, we are saving X amount of dollars with a AAA bond rating versus a AA bond rating? Is it $500,000? Is it?
Yeah, I'd love to be able to give you that definitively, and my predecessor's been asked the same question. It's hard to really annotate that, because when you sell bonds, it's an open market, and it's the market conditions
bid
at
for
that
it.
time. And to try to go out and say, well, what would it then have if we were one notch below? I mean, we can do some estimates, but I really wouldn't want to give a number right now, just because it is so fuzzy.
There's certainly a meaningful value.
Yes, there is. There is.
Yeah.
And that'll show if we don't, we're not able to finance and City of Wyoming finances on our behalf, because I don't believe they are triple rated, or maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but we would be basing it, the financing on whatever they're rating.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Bergman, yeah.
Pat, you've done this for many years. I've done many of them. Have you ever seen a situation where a municipality, ultimately the municipalities and the citizens of that municipality are responsible? You ever seen a situation where they haven't paid up?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I have had a situation where our finances, our rate structure was inappropriate for the conditions, and we were going to be short. And I worked with the townships on coming up with a payment plan. We got caught with our pants down a little bit with the 2008 economic downturn.
Sure.
We had a lot of, we planned on connection fees driving a lot of the debt retirement, and those got delayed, and we did run into some problems. But we worked with the local unit on that before it came to the point of getting into default. And we came up with a deficit reduction plan after we did that.
Good. Thank you.
Yep.
I have one more. Forgot to ask you, the 3.86% rate, is that a fixed rate?
Yeah, once that is the aggregated rate. And so they call it a true interest cost. So they'll kind of combine it. Like if you had your auto loan, they'll combine it all, including the closing costs and everything included. So there's actually different coupons that are sold to each. And so there'll be some coupons at 4%, 5%, and then that sum over 20 years, as they aggregate it all and look at the yield, that's where you end up with the total interest costs.
Follow-up question to one from Commissioner Bonema. I'm interested in if there's a quantifiable difference between Ottawa and Wyoming. I know it's not the driver necessarily of the decision, but I would be curious to.
Yeah, and
find
I
that
can
out.
get that for you. I don't want to disparage Wyoming if they're at AAA, because I don't know.
They're probably AAA.
They may have, they just went out to get their bond rating, so I can get that information to you, but I don't have that right off.
Yeah, that'd be great. I have a couple more, but I'll wait for anybody else. A lot of detail. Any other questions?
And by the way, I'm going to be asking for approval on a Act 342 contract with Crockery Township later in the meeting agenda. That will be under the old one where we have contract directly with the local.
One question I have is when you had the map of the light green areas and you're going to be expanding, how does that expansion actually occur? Is it, you run the main, that might be done in a couple years or something, right?
Right.
Then how does the green area actually get service? Will that take additional years of
That's
installation
great.
of pipeline?
That's a great question. So in the established systems, those kind of happen more organically as development occurs. That's a driver of a lot of that. The subdivisions will drive extensions. In some cases, we've been working with Olive Township for quite some time of trying to get water up to the tech center. And so in that case, the township would have to build a system, put some money into the ground, and we'd have to develop rates and charges so that they can recover those. But that's why Port Sheldon and Olive and Blendon haven't really got the same amount of dark green, is because it takes a lot of money and you need that customer base to be able to build some of that infrastructure.
Yeah, so it could take a while anyway because there's not the same development or customer base.
Correct.
There is a great desire for development from multiple, there's multiple factors there. So I guess one very important question is how might this expansion impact local development and local communities? Has that been a feature of the discussion going into this project with local units and other stakeholders?
Yes, by all means. We are required to keep up with our infrastructure, or we will have to pump the brakes on everything. In my career, that's only happened once in the Northwest Ottawa system. We had a legal dispute over rates that caused a little bit of delay, and we got behind the 8 ball, and we ended up having the first step would be a moratorium on any new extensions if we don't keep up with our infrastructure. And then if it gets beyond that, the state will step in and say you can have no more individual connections. We're not at that point, but we do need to continue to invest in the system and expand it to meet the needs of the community.
Is there a way to gather feedback from the agricultural community on these kinds of changes? Is that part of the discussion?
Well, I guess I'm not quite sure exactly where you're going, but I'll try that. We've worked a lot with Olive and Blendon townships, and they have, preservation areas and such. And so I've been working with Blendon Township on their water master plan. It really is around the fringes. The same with Olive. We've updated their water master plan. And again, it's along the north and western edge or eastern edge of Olive Township that most of that growth is going to occur. It's difficult to be able to use drinking water for irrigation purposes for farming, although we have been asked in the past to provide water for blueberries in a system, during a drought. And so we do try to work with the producers when there's a time of need, but generally speaking, it's not affordable.
There might be like a $2-3 cost increase per month, maybe when this is done. Is that for phase 1 or for phases 1 through 3?
That's for phase 1.
Okay.
So pricing is going to continue to go over time.
Long term.
Long term. We've been really fortunate. We've had wholesale water rates at about $1.20 to $1.40 for most of my career, and now we're up to $1.80, and it's going to just keep shooting up because we have some really big infrastructure that we need to invest in. So unfortunately, that's going to be the price we pay. But if you look at other parts of the country and other parts of the state, we still have really, really affordable water.
Commissioner Miedema.
Morning, Pat.
Morning.
Thanks for being here and your
Sure.
presentation and all the work that you've done with it. I'm wondering, in your conversations you've had with local municipalities, are there questions or conversations that you've had with them that may be things that would be relevant to sharing with the board that would be helpful? Some of the things that they've wondered about or that they've discussed with you?
Well, we've had a wholesale customers meeting in October for the first time since COVID. We got everybody back together, and Kent and Ottawa County groups met at the plant. We had a really good discussion. I am negotiating with the city of Wyoming on a new service contract. And so we talked about some of those things coming down the pipe as far as potential changes in our rate methodology. So that did invoke a lot of discussion, but that's really not related to this financing issue. It's related more to the service contract and how we do the rates. We're looking in the future of trying to get a little more sophisticated with our rates. Our rates are kind of a relic of the 60s on when the system was first built.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bonema.
Yeah. In one of the light green areas, and that's the northern part of the district that I represent, we've got a couple employers in there that are food manufacturers, and they're heavy users of this water. They are struggling to expand their operations because they can't get enough supply. The pump stations have limitations to them, and as these new neighborhoods expand into those locations, they find themselves competing for the same gallon of water. These new transmission mains run very close to those locations. Will they be able to benefit from this?
So we can provide new service from the transmission mains. If you equate it to energy, those big, huge poles with high transmission mains, you can't tap a residential customer to that. So the same thing applies with the water system. We've got a 60-inch pipe. We're not going to tap individual homes onto it, but we can put a substation, and with the same analogy, we'd put a metering station or a pump station, and then we could design that system. So I have been working with Port Sheldon and Olive Township to where those locations should be, and we do have a couple of locations planned, so that if and when the need comes, we'll be ready for it.
Super. Yeah, I think they'll be ecstatic about that. Yeah.
Anyone else? Thanks, Pat. Really appreciate it.
Right.
It's very thorough. And I enjoyed learning more about the rate methodology and some of the things you're working on. So thanks. It really is, 20-year planning and beyond. So it requires a lot of intentionality.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, next up is public comment, opportunity for members of the public to come forward and have 3 minutes to address the board. Do we have a list, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chair. We have
Great.
14 people currently on the list.
All right.
Number 1 is Nicholas Brewink from Holland.
Hello, thank you for your time. Once again, I'm Nicholas Brunink. I'm a junior at Hope College, and I'm studying social studies secondary education with a specialization in political science. I come before the board today to just little food for thought, ask a question on what are your plans for increasing multifamily housing as the population of Ottawa County increases, and/or what are your plans for lower income housing for renters who can't afford homes right now? In an article posted by WZZM 13 on May 4th, 2023, they commented about the new salary increase for teachers at West Ottawa Public Schools. The increase was to around $50,000. This is an increase compared to the rest of the schools in the region. So speaking personally for me, if I were to go work at West Ottawa, I would get around $50,000 starting. And then in an article posted by Redfin, in 2024, they calculated the median housing cost at around $390,900. Unfortunately for me, this leaves owning a home an intangible dream as I graduate college and begin to move into the workforce. And it also makes this an intangible dream for many of my peers who also want to be teachers in the Ottawa County area. And I understand that housing is a major issue across America today, and that it's really hard to do things about it. But with the current teacher shortage in Michigan and around the country, I think it's important that we keep in mind for a necessary resource like teachers, we need to begin to open up these affordable housing opportunities so that we can stay in the areas we want to be in. I currently have a placement in Byron Center, and I love the area. I've also had placements at Holland and Zealand, and both of those schools I have a deep desire to work at and to be a teacher at. But unfortunately, because of the cost of housing in the area, it's becoming less and less likely that I will work in these areas. And so with that, kind of ends my short little speech. I just implore you guys to think about keeping in mind that the cost of housing is a major factor in determining where we as college students and new people coming into the workforce decide to go. And low income and multifamily homes are a great way to help families get their lives started. And I really do want the best for Ottawa County. And I would like to continue to call this place home. Thank you very much for your time. God bless.
Thank you.
Number 2 is John Teeples, Georgetown Township.
Good morning. I am John Teeples, Commissioner-elect from Georgetown Township, District 7. I've come here this morning to ask for your consideration. Number 1, do not hire the candidate for interim county administrator who you appear ready to hire before the end of this year. Number 2, don't sign any unwarranted contracts or change or add terms to existing employment contracts to bind the county to more financial or other obligations. 3, please select only the most qualified candidates for open committee positions, and don't try to open up committee assignments that are not currently open or extend the service duration of open committee positions beyond previously established service terms. We all know that the law prohibits you from offering more than a 12-month employment contract to whomever you choose to hire as county administrator. I also understand, but may be wrong, that there is only one applicant left under consideration. Regardless, whoever you hire will likely not be from Ottawa County or know anything about the personnel or local functions of our county government. Thus, if hired, that individual will spend much of 2025 just trying to understand his job while being paid a salary of over $200,000. Accordingly, that individual will provide little, if any, genuine value, working value to the county. It will be a financial liability. Instead, I would ask that you consider Steve Kempker, Gary Rosema, and Ron France to become our next interim county administrator until a more permanent county administrator is hired by the new board next year. I've talked with each of these highly regarded professionals, having decades of experience on behalf of Ottawa County, and each has offered their services. Each of these individuals has an unblemished reputation for excellence, tremendous respect within the staff and throughout Ottawa County. And each of them will be able to earnestly serve the county starting on day 1. Each is ready, willing, and able to serve. They are expecting your call. So please don't make an imprudent decision by hiring the wrong person as our next county administrator. And let's spend county taxpayer dollars judiciously to get genuine value for the salary we will be paying to our next interim county administrator by hiring one of these outstanding men. Likewise, please do not bind the county with new unwarranted contractual obligations, and don't offer new compensation benefits to favored county personnel. The county deserves better treatment from you. The same holds true for committee membership, assignments, and terms of service. Lastly, I would invite each of you to meet for a cup of coffee and have lunch so we can get to know each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Chuck Lane, Chester Township.
Good morning. My name's Chuck Lane. I'm a private resident on Crockery Lake, located in Chester Township. I'm here today to just talk a little bit about Crockery Lake Association and how Crockery Lake Association has made efforts through the years. We've been in a Lake Association for, I think, since early 80s. Through that time, we ran paid for privately 4 different studies on the lake. Our lake is in dire need of assistance. We have one of the highest phosphorus rates of any lake in the state of Michigan. and it's in Ottawa County. And I just want to say that it's so important that we get the funding to help us improve the lake quality of that lake. It's got an Ottawa County Park on it. It's just a beautiful spot of property in the county, and we really need this help. Addressing our lake association and whether or not we've done anything to try to improve this through the years. I know a minimum of 3, maybe 4 studies that we've paid for. We've gone sewer proposals around the lake, I think 4 or 5 different times in the 40 years that I've lived there. And the association is constantly, and has been since my 40 years on that lake, tried to get improvements done to protect that lake and improve it. It's environmentally necessary for the community. It's environmentally necessary for the Ottawa County in regards to the lake or the park there. And to hear people talk badly about it really upsets me, because I know as a fact, and having worked on the boards, having done, I do all the studies for the water quality. Every week, my wife and I go out and test our water and find out where it is phosphorus wise, water clarity, all sorts of different things we check on. And we've just made so much effort to try to improve the lake. And so I really implore that you folks will consider this when it comes in front of you, as far as trying to help fund our lake to improve the water quality and the quality of the residents around the lake. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Number 5 is PJ Muir, Robinson Township.
Good morning, everybody. PJ Muir, Robinson Township. This morning, I'm speaking as the chairman of the Ottawa County Veterans Affairs Committee. First off, thank you. We have been in search almost in a complete year since Jason took over as director to find a place that we can hang our hats in the Ottawa County area as veterans and not have to share with another committee. We've been currently with the Community Mental Health Office, which has been great helping us out. But because of your help, specifically Commissioner Roden, Commissioner Wenzel, pushing forward to help us find a new location. It's right across the street. So I know we're looking at doing this permanently and giving us a thumbs up, and I beg of you to please vote yes on this. If you're not a veteran, you got to understand that veterans, we have a very specific mindset. We're very guarded in a lot of the things that we do, the things that we talk about, but we want to get very community activated. So to have this own office, to have this own space that we can call home, place to hang our hats, visit with the veteran service officers in private, to stay within those HIPAA violations and things like that is essential. So I just want to say, as things are coming forward for this office, I hope you agree with the choices that we made. It's perfect. We've had the entire committee over there. Jason and I have been over there several times. Again, Commissioner Roden, Commissioner Wenzel have been over there a couple of times with us. If you have not been over there, as commissioners, I would invite you to go over there and take a look at it. There could be no more perfect setting. It is, number one, it's going to be very low budgeting for you all. So it's going to be very, very little cost to upfit it to the way that we would need it. We don't need a lot. We don't need a bunch of bells and whistles and all the prettiness. We just need a place that is common, comfortable, and has coffee, pretty much. So just thank you ahead of time for voting in favor of this. And Cameron has just been huge from facilities to help us get this place as well. So again, if you haven't been over there, I invite you to go over and take a peek at it. Thank you ahead of time for what you're going to do for us. And just know that we're going to be able to service many veterans, much more than what we are now, because they know there's a place to call home. There's another place they can go hang out, play cards, just get connected with other veterans. So thank you for that. God bless you, and God bless Ottawa County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 6 is Ken Willison, Spring Lake Township.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Ken Willison, and I live in Spring Lake Township. On September 16th, the Crockery Lake Association, or the CLA, petitioned the county to pick up a $563,000 plus tab for lake restoration. On October 18th, only 1 month after making that request, the CLA predicted that this was going to be voted on at today's meeting. I was surprised. A request that large normally goes through finance and admin before coming to the board. So I attended their November 8th meeting and thanked them when it was not on their agenda. But wait, imagine my surprise when 2 CLA board members commented after me and actually thanked the committee for granting their request. What's going on? I used the last 2 years of CLA minutes to try to create a timeline. The timeline shows that at the May 7th Finance and Admin meeting, the CLA reported that they had hired Restorative Lake Sciences, or RLS, but they did not have the funds to cover the cost of restoration. They mused that the squeaky wheel gets the grease and said that they were there to squeak. On May 13th, the CLA president emailed all the commissioners, and Allison Miedema replied within 5 minutes. I'm jealous. I've yet to receive a reply from Allison to any of my emails. But anyway, on May 14th, only a day later, a meeting was held with John Anderson, Allison Miedema, Joe Moss, Joe Bush, and representatives from the Ottawa County Conservation District. Then, on August 21st, the CLA included Allison Miedema in an email with the Conservation District asking about the Monsanto settlement. They were told that the decision-making process was slow. Then, the RLS consultant had a conversation with Joe Moss. September 3rd, just 2 weeks after that conversation with Joe Moss, the RLS consultant gave a presentation to Finance and Admin, but no action was taken. However, there was an impromptu meeting held afterwards between CLA board members, the RLS consultant, Joe Bush, Allison Miedema, and another unnamed commissioner. I wonder who that was. September 16th, 2 more weeks later, the CLA petitioned the board to pay for a 5-year remediation plan at a cost of $563,000 plus. On October 18th, they reported that their request had been granted and would be voted on today. Wow, my head's spinning. The speed of government is notoriously slow, yet from start to finish, a $563,000 plus request comes together in less than 6 months. Several other ongoing projects are still waiting to learn the status of their request for Monsanto money, so I have to wonder what's different about Crockery Lake. Why the special treatment? Something smells a bit fishy out there at Crockery Lake, but I don't think it's the water. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Number 7 is Josh Bruger, Grand Haven.
Not quite sure how to follow that up, Ken. Josh Bruger, District 10 Commissioner-elect. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this morning. My background before becoming a builder was working with Habitat for Humanity. I had the awesome opportunity to work with Lakeshore Habitat in Holland, and then in Grand Haven. And through collaborative efforts, we were able to build over 50 homes for low-income families. One of the cornerstones of Habitat's philosophy is that of a hand up and not a handout. And at Habitat, it's a pretty high bar to be selected to receive a house. And in truth, you don't actually receive a house. You're not given a house. You pay for the house. So we would require approximately 400 hours of sweat equity per individual in the home. I'm not sure what it is today. I'm going back 20 years. And then at the end of the process of building their home, Habitat homeowners would have a mortgage. It'd be a 0 interest mortgage for a period of 20 years. And the changes in the lives of the homeowners was huge. I'm going to tie that into Crockery Lake and what Ken just spoke about. I am a huge proponent of Ottawa County assisting each and every one of our municipalities as best we can, to come alongside them, to partner with them, and to help them where they can't do it for themselves. But I'm a strong proponent of the Habitat for Humanity philosophy that you need to contribute and you need to be willing to contribute. Crockery Lake has done a fantastic job of paying for studies. I appreciate that. But just like our Habitat for Humanity homeowners, they had real skin in the game. And I would love to see something happen like that with Crockery Lake. Now, I want to pivot and absolutely second everything that was said earlier by the Commissioner-elect regarding the hiring of a a manager. The individuals that have been reached out to, we understand, are very respected in the community. We know that personally. And we also know that a number of individuals on the current board have considered even one or two of those individuals. We would just love to not have to add $240,000 to a tab that's already pretty large, and eliminating that individual that you guys might hire. And I understand that you were put in the awkward position by the previous commission to do the very same thing from your philosophical standpoint. And I just ask you guys to consider rising above even them and doing something for the long term that we can all work together and agree on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Number 8 is Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township.
Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township. I attended the November 8 Finance and Administration meeting. 2 Crockery Lake residents gave public comment as if the check for project had been written. I gave public comment of contradictions found on Crockery Lake Association website. Meeting adjourned, and Tom Ludwig wasted no time to approach me and ask me, what is my problem? Is the handling of this Crockery Lake issue. Where is the county strategic planning? Where is the public hearing that gives all lakes and watersheds equal opportunity to state their case and negotiate for funding? Where is the formalization of process and policy from the Planning and Policy Committee? Where is the legal opinion outlining fundamental framework, risk and liability before undertaking precedent-setting actions? Dr. Joan mentions Crockery Lake septic systems are antiquated. My problem is the lack of homeowner stewardship to clean up and modernize lake property septic systems. Never mind the combined dish and laundry detergent and cocktail of cleaning agent affluent that discharges from drain fields that leach into the lake. My is the attitude we are without sin, but those farmers over in yonder field, a truly them, not us mindset. My problem is Crockery Lake Association is driving the decision by default, a wag the dog moment. CLA contracted services with professional lake management since 2003, and that did not end well. Turned the page. Now Restorative Lake Sciences will be service provider. Treatment success or failure, point is money gets spent regardless. Data needs to be collected. The starting point for Ottawa County should be from a clean slate and not contingent upon Crockery Lake Association recommendation or squeaky wheel gets the grease approach. How about a partnership with Grand Valley Environmental Studies for data collection? A fact finder that is neutral and with no profit stake to protect.
Thank you.
Number 9 is Rebecca Patrick, Allendale Township.
Morning, Commissioners. Rebecca Patrick, Allendale. I have 3 disparate comments regarding items on your agenda this morning. The first is regarding the bond issues that we're looking at financing for drinking water, which I'm wholly in support of because the county needs to do something to address its groundwater shortage. However, my question for you and for the folks that are making presentations to you would be to consider the use of, or at least address that you've considered the use of the state's drinking water revolving fund. Those monies exist to provide especially rural municipalities with funding for exactly this kind of thing at a reduced interest rate. Last year, a 30-year loan from the Drinking Water Revolving Fund, I think, was in the area of 2.75%. So it's not that that is the answer to the question, but it should be at least considered. My second comment is regarding your agenda item on the veterans, almost $1 million stipend or provision that we're looking at providing. I'm wholly in favor of supporting our veterans. My husband comes from a long line of veteran families, moved all over the world in that aspect. But I think, as our previous commenter noted, spending $1 million should not be done in a vacuum. It needs to be done as part of a holistic, strategic planning consideration of the full needs of the folks who live here in Ottawa County. And as you are well aware, there are many needs across mental health, many needs across seniors, many needs across children, many needs across many areas. And to have an agenda item for $1 million seemingly come out of nowhere, which this has seemed to come, seems to fly in the face of a good strategic plan. And then my last comment is something that those of you that were here at the Planning and Policy Committee meeting heard last week, but it bears repeating because it's still on your agenda, which is concerning your changes to the policies on contracting and purchasing. You have deliberately and intentionally exempted yourselves from the most significant requirements of those policies, which are to just simply do good business practices when you do contracting and purchasing. You have exempted yourselves from the minimum requirements of doing a competitive bid, of making a process out of it. And because you are the community leaders, it is hard for me to understand why you would want to do that. Those provisions are in there to engender community trust. That is the sole reason for them. And yet you are looking at exempting yourselves from them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Number 10 is Betsy Ludwig, Chester Township.
Betsy Ludwig. I live in Casnovia, which is Chester Township, and I live on Crockery Lake in the chimney of Ottawa County. I just want to thank the Board of Commissioners for all the excellent work you have done for our county. And I said this at the Finance Committee last week too, because this is how I feel about you guys. You work hard for our county and I really appreciate it. You worked for the people and you work for the people and for our land and for our natural resources. Some of you will not be back, not because you didn't do a good job, but other forces prevailed. You did a great job and I just want to say thank you. This is a big job. It can be a trying job, a thankless job, a tiring job, but you have done it well. And remember, the work you have done here has lasting effects on this community and the county you love. And may God bless you in your next adventures. And that being said, I am one of the people that is fighting hard for remediation for Crockery Lake because we know what a state, the lake is in. We have study after study that goes back to 1989 of how we've been trying to remediate our lake, how to clean it up. And we have worked hard at it. We have worked hard at it with chemicals, which chemicals are now killing the good stuff in the lake and preventing the good weeds and the good fish and that kind of stuff from coming. So this is not without a lot of studying and stuff that we've been doing. I've been working with our County Drain Commission. He did do some dredging in our lake for some of the runoff from the drains a couple years ago, which was a very costly expense. And our lake, our riparians on our lake have paid for that through a special assessment that we did. The people that live on our lake, we are all fully invested in trying to make changes to our septic systems. Lots of new septic tanks, lots of new drain fields, lots of new innovative ways of making septic tanks work better with what we have already. And so this is not something that we're just throwing out to you all of a sudden to ask for some money. We know that there's money that's come into our county from a settlement, and that is what we're asking for a very small portion of, because this is a natural resource for our county that affects one of the biggest watersheds in the county. It affects Lake Michigan, the Grand River, Spring Lake, all of those things along the way. And so I want to thank you for considering that. And yes, I when I pray too, I do the same thing. I pray like I've already got the answer to my prayers. So, but thank you so much. You are a great bunch.
Thank you.
Number 11 is Sheila Detloff, Holland Township.
Sheila Detloff, Holland Township. First, since yesterday was Veterans Day, I want to personally thank my commissioner, Chris Kleinans, for his service in the U.S. Navy. I am unaware whether any of the incoming commissioners are veterans. I hope some of them are, or at least one is, because it would be great to retain that voice on the board. Second is regarding the major change that exempts the board from having to abide by either the purchasing or contracting policy. This change arose just after Joe Moss was caught contracting with W Talent Solutions in violation of provisions in both of those policies. For example, specifications for the work were supposed to be written. A competitive bid process should have happened, and a public notice about the RFP should have been posted. It was supposed to be submitted for review and approval by the Fiscal Services Department, the Administrator, and Corporation Counsel, and it was supposed to go to the Board of Commissioners for approval. However, the purchasing policy in effect at the time Joe executed a backroom contract with Ashley Ward states, contracts negotiated outside of this policy will be considered invalid and non-binding. If I were Ashley Ward, I'd have asked for my check up front. The policy states that it exists to reduce the opportunity for favoritism and to inspire public confidence that purchases are equitable and economical. But the new language allows for increasing the opportunity for favoritism and undermining public trust in the board. Third, last week at the Finance Committee meeting, Joe Moss made a motion to strike a paragraph about DEI compliance from the MSU MOA. But it seems that Joe isn't as deathly allergic to DEI as he would like us to think. I'd like to read a few things from the website of W Talent Solutions, the company Joe wanted so badly that he violated county policy to hire them. One, quote, a solid pay equity approach shows a commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion goals, ensuring that everyone, regardless of background, has access to equal opportunities. Two, quote, continuous feedback mechanisms, transparent communication, and a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion can further enhance your employee retention efforts. Three, quote, the PI behavioral assessment supports diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Four, quote, leaders who understand and maximize differences on your team will drive your diversity and inclusion missions. Frankly, their strong commitment to DEI might be the only thing they really have going for them. Thank you.
Number 12 is Greg Slater, Chester Township.
Again, Greg Slater from Chester Township. I want to thank each of you commissioners for being commissioners. I mean, I know it's a tough job. I don't want to be a politician. I'll take my hand down. But listening this morning and having an accounting degree and seeing we have a AAA bond rating, thank you. Also, thank you for looking at the water issues for the county. I mean, even listening to the presentation, that's an important part. But I know living on Crockery Lake, for myself, I've only lived there 6 years. 54 years, I lived within 2 blocks of Spring Lake. And in Coopersville, when I lived in Polkton Township, I was right on Deer Creek, and now I'm right on Crockery Lake. So water is very, very important. Growing up in the 50s, it didn't seem that important. Now it is. I think we've done a disservice to the water, and just seeing it go down and down, and all the testing that we've done, you can see that. The things I want to point out, there's 4 Ottawa County drains that go right into Crockery Lake. That's the majority of the issues, are those drains. there's an Ottawa County park that is right there too, that has a drain that comes right next to it. We have to, it is bad. We have to clean it up some way, sooner than later. And I would really appreciate your help on that. And also Spring Lake, and I know Spring Lake is in 2 counties. I'd love to have Muskegon County help us with that as well. I grew up on Spring Lake, or a couple blocks away, went to the Spring Lake Beach just about every day in the summertime. 2 low dives, 1 high dive. That was years ago. Had a great time there. But so I have, my passion is for Spring Lake too, and all the water in Ottawa County. I think we have to look at. But my prayers for this board and for the new board will continue. And again, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Number 13 is Karen Obitz, Spring Lake.
Karen Obitz, Spring Lake. Although I was unable to attend Friday's Finance and Administration Committee meeting, I've since watched the recording, and my remarks this morning pertain to 2 items on that agenda. The first is the Coopersville Brownfield Plan Amendment, which elicited remarks from Joe Moss that clearly signaled his intent to reject that plan. And I quote, "Something doesn't quite make sense," he said. "Usually there's not suddenly a huge outpouring from the community like we've seen. I'd like some clarity on some of what's surrounding the comments from the community," end quote. Well, I thought it was interesting that Joe Moss seemed to feel that bigger brother government needed to intervene in this matter, and to do so ostensibly on behalf of concerned Coopersville citizens who are in contention with their elected city officials on the issue. In light of the fact that a brownfield development in the village of Spring Lake elicited no pushback whatsoever from this board when it was brought before it a few months ago. Never mind that proposed project also had seen some pushback from village residents. I'm left wondering why Ottawa Impact felt the need to put its finger on the scale of the Coopersville brownfield project. Perhaps all this has caught my attention because of the ways in which I observed local residents in my township, who were part of a not in my backyard anti-development movement, utilize that wedge issue to mount an unsuccessful campaign to flush the entirety of my township government from office this year. My second comment pertains to the small-minded gesture masking as high-mindedness in the removal of DEI language from the MSU Extension Memorandum of Agreement. Whereas we've seen this petty, purist, anti-DEI posturing on the part of Ottawa Impact Commissioners plenty of times before in the past 23 months, I find it curious that it seems to crop up in an inconsistent manner, which makes me wonder if they reserve the right to make a public fuss only when the department affected is one with which they've been at odds at some point, or against which they hold a grudge of some kind, which would also be indicative of petty behavior unbecoming of elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 14 is Deb Cizik, Port Sheldon Township. And those are all the registered public comments we have, Mr. Chair.
All right. Is there anyone else here in public who would like to give a public comment? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. There is an opportunity at the end of the meeting if you would like to give a public comment at that point as well. Next up is approval of the agenda. Could I please get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved. Second.
A motion and support. Any discussion? Commissioner Zalstra.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. I'd like to make a motion to place a discussion item on the agenda regarding officers' compensation in 2025 to 2028 pay rates for elected officials.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second to add, was that a discussion item on pay rates for elected officials?
Well, the compensation commission work and then subsequently 25 to 28 pay rates.
Okay. We have a motion and support. Adding this item would, let's see. Maybe put it down in maybe 8I. Any discussion?
As an action item or a discussion?
Well, it's a
Discussion item.
discussion item, but
It may lead to an action item, either this meeting or next meeting, but definitely as a discussion item.
put it under 8I is fine. Does anybody have any discussion? Commissioner Miedema?
I was just wondering, before today, did you reach out to the chair to ask for that to be put on the
Yes, I
agenda
did.
as you did? What was the response?
I think we were in conversations yesterday and we didn't get a final answer, so.
I don't know if there's a request to add it to the agenda. It was a
It was a-
discussion.
Well, to add it as a discussion item, for sure.
Oh, okay, I missed that. Yeah.
No,
But we
that's
did have-
fine. That's
we
why
did
we're
have
here.
Some discussion on it and yeah, just the MAC had an update on it.
I can clarify some of my concerns or we can vote either way.
No, it's, I'm fine with having
Okay.
it on and, no,
Sounds great. Thank you.
we do need to go to a vote. All in favor of amending the agenda to include a discussion on could you repeat that one more time?
Motion to place a discussion item on the agenda regarding officers' compensation and 25 to 2028 pay rates for elected officials.
Would be item H
Yes.
under 8.
It'd be I, 8I, yep. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
And that motion carried. Okay, any other discussion on today's agenda? All right, all in favor of approving today's agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carried. All right. I was going to ask if anyone needed a recess, but I saw a lot of commissioners get up, very, briefly. Anybody else want to take a short break? Okay, we'll continue. Thank you. Next up is consent resolutions. Could I get a motion to approve the consent resolutions, please?
So moved.
Second?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to remove, not make a motion, I'd just like to have removed C, J, K, L, and R.
Yes. No motion necessary.
No motion necessary.
Could you repeat those, please? C,
C, J, K, L, and R.
K, L, and R. That is C, J, K, L, and R. Those would be in order, starting with J in, after our discussion. So that'd be 8, J. M, and N. And just to review, that is 7, C, J, K, L, and R. Okay. Anything else? Okay, could I, let's go to the clerk for a vote to approve the consent resolutions.
Yes, sir. Ms. Cosby.
Is this with the amendment that was just made?
Mhm.
Is that correct? No.
Yes, yes.
No.
Mr. Bergman.
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Bonema.
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel.
No.
Mrs. Miedema.
Yes.
Mrs. Curran.
Yes.
Mr. Kleinjans.
Yes.
Mr. Belknap.
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey. And Mr. Moss.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right, thank you. One moment while I get organized. That will lead us to 8A, which is our 2024 Ottawa County Apportionment Report. And the suggested motion is to approve the revised 2024 Ottawa County Apportionment Report.
So moved.
We have a motion
Second.
and support. Any discussion? Anything at all? Do we have Brian here? Brian, would you like to speak to this one briefly? Great.
The apportionment report, about a month ago. Per statute, it has to be done in October. And at that time, I had let everyone know that if the election in November approves the olive ballot measure, then I would have to come back to you again with the report to amend it to account for that. So that's the first item. The second item was I guess I'll just call it a township oversight and how they filled out their millage request form. Townships or the levying institutions are responsible for making sure that they're compliant with the truth in taxation. And they were, however, they failed to, the millage rate that they used to be compliant with truth in taxation was not the rate that they filled out on their millage request form. So it's simply an oversight of the township. That was not the component that we audit. It wasn't something that we would have caught. It was something that the township said, hey, we told the taxpayers we were going to collect this. And then we told the county we're going to collect this. So they came to me and said, how do we fix that? And I said, well, I'm actually coming before the board for apportionment anyway for the Olive Township measure. So fixing two for one.
Excellent. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, then we will go to the clerk for a vote on 8A to approve the revised 2024 Ottawa County Apportionment Report.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Kleinens,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman, Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
And motion passes.
All right, excellent. Next up is 8B, Crockery Township Water Supply System 2024 Water System Improvements Bond Issue. The suggested motion is to approve the resolution authorizing the sale of the Crockery Township Water Supply 2024 Water System Improvement Bonds.
So moved.
The motion and support from Roger and Roger. Thank you. Any discussion on this one? And do we have, Pat, is this one yours? Okay.
Happy to give you a quick rundown of the project. This project, Crockery Township started their water system in 1984 to deal with contamination in Unica. And so a system was built out there. And then over time, they've been expanding. And you may know of Eastbrook Homes. They've got Hathaway Lakes. It's a large development that's been growing and growing. Same time, the township extended water down Leonard Road, and they've had a separate system off there. This project will loop those two together. And what that'll do is it'll provide a second feed into that Hathaway Lake subdivision and increase reliability and redundancy. And then we'll have a second metering station as well. This project has been on the township's radar for over 20 years. So this has been needed for a long time, but they needed to kind of build up their customer base to help support that. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Commissioner Medema?
I think Pat stated it very well, and Eric Earhorn, the supervisor, was in contact with me about it as well. And one reason for doing it now is leveraging some of the ARPA dollars that they were able to use to do it this time. And so, yes, I'm excited that they're able to be before us today.
Great. I would like to bring up one other quick, there was an excellent question about the state revolving loan fund. And in this particular case and with the Wyoming issue, we actually applied and we were not in the fundable range, and we found out that we wouldn't even get funding. But in this case, the same thing applies. This is really for growth, or it's not related to lead copper removal or a disadvantaged community or a deficiency in their system. And that's primarily where those funds go. So we do need to provide our own financing for this type of project.
Thank you for answering that.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. Any other questions from the board? Okay,
Yeah, I guess.
Commissioner Bonema.
Yeah, just curious, a couple of the public commenters mentioned that there's drains leading into Crockery Lake that are potentially the source of some pollution or contaminants. Are you tracking that? Are you seeing the source where that's originating from?
Well, I've been involved with Crockery Lake almost all my career because as the commenters have said, there's been a lot of studies on there. So we've studied how to extend sewer into that area several times. And so I'd be happy to go into that at another time if it's appropriate. That's about, I guess, all I can say. I do understand there's a lot of sources, including septic and other sources that go into lake, but I have not been privy to the studies. I don't know anything more about that to be able to speak intelligently about that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. Anything else? Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you.
If we could go to the clerk for the motion to approve the resolution authorizing the sale of the Crockery Township Water Supply 2024 Water System Improvement Bonds.
Yes, sir. Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Kleinens,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Right, thank you. Next up is funding for Veterans Services until FY 2028. The suggested motion is to approve the application from Veterans Services authorizing the amount of $981,740.01 from a board initiatives grant to fill staffing requests, moving costs, renovations, and maintenance fees for the department through October 30, 2027.
So moved. Second?
A motion and support, and I believe we have Jason with us here for this one. And some members of the Veteran Services Committee as well. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having us. We appreciate it. So I'll just start off with saying that I appreciate the support. Both the staffing and the facilities is vital for what our strategic plan moving forward. I would address too, the English language is very unique, right? So anytime you say but or however, it usually erases the very thing that you said first, right? So in order to love and support your veterans, but usually comes with all the reasons why you don't. So I just want to get that out. We are a holistic department. We serve a microcosm of the population of Ottawa County, which means we serve seniors, we serve children. As an example, if we do an emerging funding case for electric, that means a young elementary school child gets to do their homework. If we approve water and hot water and get somebody a new furnace, a senior veteran gets an opportunity to take a hot shower. We have a memorandum of understanding with community mental health so that we can locally help folks that have mental health conditions before it gets to the point where we have to get the federal VA involved. So we're doing things at a very local level now that we have never done in 20 years at this county. We're now currently playing catch up. We are ranked 9th in veteran population out of 83 counties across the state. The top 20 veterans populations all have millages. Ottawa County is the only one in the top 20 that does not have a veteran millage. We don't have the facilities that other counties have. We don't have the resources that other counties have. Our strategic plan moving forward over the next 5 years will allow us to catch up to our neighboring counties and do some of the things that they're doing. And I'll also tell you that this is a roadmap. What we're doing in the VA department with our committee and within our department will actually give you the answers to how to handle senior citizen population within this county and the things that we're doing and how it can help further others. So I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to serve and continue to serve. We spent all day yesterday at numerous senior care facilities across the county. We're out, we're visiting them, we're speaking with them, and we're helping them with resources. Dwayne will leave here probably in the next few minutes to go to American House in Jenison to do the exact same thing. We're taking our resources to the veterans who have challenges that may not be able to get to us. Our medical transportation services that we provide are getting our veterans to much needed medical care across the county, down to Battle Creek, to our Veterans Center, over to Ann Arbor, to the medical hospital. So we're providing a service that meets most of their needs, but we need to continue to build upon that. So what you have in front of you is an opportunity for us to move into a space that I've asked for the last 10 months since I've been the director of this department. It will give us a space that allows our veterans to have private conversations with veteran service officers about their claims and compensation. It'll give us an opportunity to have private conversations about afterlife care after a veteran passes away and how we can assist families through emergent funding and what the next steps are and what resources we can help them provide. It's going to give us a space where we can have meetings and resource fairs and have other community partners come in and provide much needed resources for our veterans. And it'll be a space that will be, like PJ, our chair said, is a place we can call home without any type of judgment or any type of concerns of whether or not when they come to see us that other people are going to see them coming through the door with shared space, like with the health department or community mental health. There's stigmas that's involved with that. This space will give us an opportunity to give them some trust and credibility in what we do and where we're at. The staffing request is really for a couple of positions. One's for a county veteran service officer, which actually makes us state compliant. We have not been compliant with the state statute, and we are now. This position will give us gap coverage. We rely solely right now on veteran service officer work through the VFW and the American Legion and the VBA. The struggles we've had is those organizations are in charge of their own staffing. And when they don't complete their staffing requests on time, or when they don't file for a grant, we pay for it. We pay for it because that individual either resigns and moves on, and they don't backfill those roles, or they lose their financial funding, and we pay for that. We pay for that with long waits. Right now, the federal VA is already 6 months behind on claims and compensation. So for us to make them wait an additional month or two at the beginning of the process is not a good start, and it breeds frustration and anger, which typically we end up taking the brunt of that, right? So one of those positions, the county VSO, will be specifically for federal claims, and there will be no gap in coverage. That employee will be accredited through all of our federal VA accreditation systems. They will be cross-accredited with our service organizations. So if a veteran service organization leaves, we have the ability to have cross power of attorney and take that claim over and continue on. So that position will alleviate any gaps that we may have. It will lessen wait times for our veterans to get their claims and their surviving spouses claims and our aid and attendance claims, which help fund Medicare and get them the much needed help and adult services as well. So the second position is what we call a community outreach coordinator. Many things that we're doing now, and we all know that there's nonprofit organizations and for-profit and government agencies that work within the veteran space. Coordinating those efforts is really what this individual would do. Planning our resource fairs, our stand-down days for our homeless and at-risk homeless population, coordinating with our nonprofits, finding places for our homeless folks to live while we work through emergent funding and find them permanent solutions. They will build relationships with employers within our communities so we can assist with employment opportunities. basically work with HR professionals within the county to develop resumes and help individuals get back to work. When we help individuals emergently, one of our biggest pushes to make sure that this doesn't ever happen again. So finding them employment, helping them with budget classes, helping them get the mental health that they need, understanding their physical disabilities, what they can and cannot do, helping them get their education benefits so they can go back to school, voc rehab benefits. So if there's a disability that prevents them from doing their current role, they can go back and get voc rehab monies to help get a different education or a different certification that's needed for a new career. So these are the things that we're looking to expand on. It starts with the facility, it starts with staffing. And then from there, we can really continue to strategically build out what we need to do to continue to care for our veterans. So understanding that, when we say veterans, that really what we're saying is veteran households, right? And so it's not just the veteran that we assist, it's the families that we assist that goes along with that. So when we look at our population of just under 12,000, we need to understand that number is actually tripled or quadrupled when you look at family members that need assistance. So, we're also working with organizations, there's going to be veteran families this Christmas that will have Christmas gifts, and we'll also have a turkey for Thanksgiving, because there's organizations that work with our department to identify those who may have that need. And we're going to make sure that that happens. So I'll open it up to questions, but I do appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions? Commissioner Rhodey.
So thank you, Jason, for all of your work on this. One question would be, can you just explain what a long-term plan would be then for your department? This is funding for 2.5 years. What would be your hopes beyond that time frame to continue to fund your department?
Sure. Well, right now, currently, we're funded through the general fund. And then we also have the County Veteran Service Fund grant that we apply for annually through the state of Michigan. That grant has actually been a little more than history has shown through some COVID funds and some other funding that has gone into that. So whether or not that grant stays at the current level is unknown. We've had communication through the Michigan Association of County Veteran Service Officers through Michigan, the MVAA, to make determinations of what that grant money will look like in the future. The bare minimum for that grant is really $50,000, and then additionally $1,000 for a veteran population. So we're looking at roughly $72,000. Right now we're at $163,000 with the grant, but we can't count on that grant to be at that level moving forward. Nor have they given us any confidence that amount will stay where it's currently at. So our two current funding streams are the general fund and the grant through the state. Moving forward, we're asking for this initiative funding to get us through FY27 with the intent that we would ask for a millage. And then other grant funding if we can apply for it through the feds, the state, or even local level. We continue to rely on some donations that come in from some other organizations, but they're fairly small. There is plans in the work. Dwayne's been doing a lot of work now to look at different fundraising opportunities for us when it comes to 5Ks and walks and some other meetings, and working with other organizations to develop some donation stream money to come in. But really right now, the focus on the committee, and I say the committee because it's the committee who's asked for this, is to ask for a millage in August of 26. So I've had several conversations with leadership throughout the county, Justin Roebuck, Brian in Equalization, Karen in Fiscal, Cheryl Clark, the treasurer, to get a better understanding of what asking for a millage would look like. And then moving forward, how would we work that process? So we have a pretty good understanding of what we need to do in order to make that happen. So the first ballot, obviously, we'll have further discussions. We'll bring it back to the board, but the first opportunity for us to put it up for vote would be in August of '26, which would be a free ballot. We don't have the funding available to fund our own ballot initiative. So we have to wait until we have a ballot that'll allow us to participate for free, if that answers your question.
Okay. You know, it was interesting. I was listening to an interview with Allegan's Veteran Services Director this last week. And she was saying that they have 6,000 veterans, whereas we have 12, I believe, 12,000. And they have 2 full-time VSO officers plus a part-time VSO officer, you know, in a similar situation to what ours have been. So I just found that interesting, you know, the staffing levels, how we have so many more vets, but our resources are just so much lower. You know, and I believe they do have a millage going there that helps to support it. But anyways, I just found those number comparisons interesting. And I would just note too that, you know, we don't know for certain what our voters will think on this issue, but certainly when we look at other veterans millages that have happened in counties, that there's really very broad bipartisan support for veterans. And so hopefully a millage would be successful and you guys will be supported long-term. I just want to note one other thing too. It was interesting when we were looking at a space for you. I just want to note how humble you and your team is, and that, you know, you're very happy with just a little corner. You know, as long as you have a space for you and your people. And so I'm pleased that we found something that was maybe a little better than a little corner, and that you guys will have a spot that, you know, if this passes, that you guys would have a spot that you can be, have a welcoming space and have plenty of space for you to meet and for veterans to come and gather. So really thankful for that, but also just want to note the humility of your group, you know, and that you really aren't asking for the world.
So I'll follow up with a little bit of numbers too, because you know, we're talking, you know, close to $1 million to fund us for the next, you know, 2.5 years. One of our major metrics that we look at comes from a GDX report from the federal VA. They break it down by state and county, and it really gets broken down. The report is broken down into 3 areas. One is compensation and pension, voc rehab and education, and then medical. The latest report came out for FY23, and we've increased year over year, but from 22 to 23 in comp and pension, we've increased over $10 million. In voc rehab, over $2 million. And in medical, through Medicare and a few other things, is a little over $3 million. So when we just look at comp and pension at 10 million, we're at roughly right now, for 2023, we finished the year at $115,086,000 in comp and pension. So what does that mean? Well, it's not taxable revenue, right? That's VA money. You're not going to tax that. It's not going to happen. That's $115 million that comes back to Ottawa County and gets spent within our economy. You know, that money is being spent on mortgages and on rent and utilities and going out and buying groceries and new cars and doing all the things that we do as families and humans. If we look at a designated county veteran service officer that's working full-time at roughly 25 claims a week, which that would be really nice for me to give them that kind of workload, but it's probably going to be more than that. You know, we're looking at potentially increasing another 5 million just with one county veteran service officer. So it's going to pay for itself, you know, many times over. And then as right now, the federal VA communicates that less than 50% of our veterans across the nation are applying for the benefits that they're eligible for. So right now, we're just basing that off of 50%. if we can increase that to 25% through our outreach efforts and through educating our veterans and families on their benefits, and helping folks get these claims, the department will by far, it's a cheap cost to get us into that space, but the monetary value that we could produce just by getting out to an additional 1,300 veterans in the next couple of years. And that's only averaging about, $1,000 a month. So 1,300 veterans in a year, it's quite a bit of money that we can help generate and make sure these veterans are taken care of. But it's going to come back to the county in one way or another through those funds.
I guess I just want to note too, that one of the things that you're looking at putting into that space are the showers and the laundry facilities. And I just want to point that out because I think that's a great service to be providing our veterans as well, that you don't have to offer at this moment.
Correct. Thank you.
Commissioner Miedema?
Also thankful for the long-term planning for marketing, advertising. I think that's been something that we've really needed. I think we've mentioned that before, and so I'm thankful to see that. I do have a question. It's not a large amount of your ask, but the waypoint signage, is that meant for the new location? Is that what you're anticipating?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And also note on that, we've, in the marketing realm, our committee voted that we're doing a name change. So we're moving from Ottawa Department of Veterans Affairs to Ottawa County Department of Veterans Services. So that will actually be a little bit more true to what we do. We provide services and resources for a vast population of veterans. And it gives us an opportunity to allow our veterans to understand that we are different than the VA. So maybe clarify and eliminate any confusion that constituents may have on who they're calling and what they're calling for. So, and that part of that waypoint signage and marketing will reflect the new name.
Great.
Commissioner Cosby?
I'm going to maybe catch you off guard, but I have a feeling you might know this number. Homeless veterans in Ottawa County. Do you know approximately?
Yeah, and PJ, we work a lot. There's really no set number. I mean, we're probably looking at roughly about what, 500 to 600?
Yeah, right now they're located in three primary locations. One is behind the Davenport College on 16th Street here. Myers at Davenport area, we've got a homeless area there. We've got another one up off of just outside of Collin Park. And the third one in the Jefferson Hills, we're anywhere between 600 and 820 at my last count. And those are legitimately homeless. Now, again, whether they choose to be or not choose to be is irrelevant. They are homeless. That's the best count we can get with the ones that we actually visit and see.
And when we say
Significant
count,
number.
that's an
Yeah.
actual going out and having conversations with people and actually tick marking who they are. There's no federal number that comes down to us that says Ottawa County has, right? And they're transient, so they'll move on us too. So that's just going out on a Saturday morning and knocking on tent doors saying, who are you and can we help? So that's the number with that.
That points out how important it is to have the showers and the laundry facilities. It's not an answer, but there's a humanity to that as well.
Yeah. And then go back to, we did our first Ottawa County Stand Down and Resource Fair. I know the word stand down triggered some folks, but the Department of Labor calls a stand down for homeless and at-risk veterans. Thanks for Doug and Allison for your work with that. Our first resource fair and stand down day in Holland was the second largest resource fair in attendance in the state of Michigan. And that was from the VA, the federal VA. So only to be beat out by Wayne. So we were larger than Kent.
Wow.
But only to be beat out by the east side with Wayne County.
I listened to Patrick K. O'Donnell yesterday. He was embedded in Fallujah with the Marines, and he citing numbers as a historian, journalist, citing suicide numbers from, it's kind of ranges from 22 to 40 daily of our veterans.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Dwayne actually just had a unique opportunity. He spent in Detroit a weekend ago to do a suicide prevention training. And part of that training was understanding over medication, how we're over medicating when it comes to opioids and then other combinations of prescriptions and how it affects mental health, and how we can work through those processes. So really understanding, and that's what's great about having Dwayne on staff with his mental health background, and he's got a master's degree in clinical psychology, and having his passion to be able to do a deeper dive into what we're doing. And then also having that experience to work with other organizations to make sure we're giving them the care they deserve. So there's going to be some folks that said, there's monies have moved and we're not providing mental health services for our veterans, and nothing could be further from the truth. If anything, we're digging in harder than we ever have before. We like I said, we signed a MOU with Community Mental Health. I'm working with Dr. Bashirs and his team. We actually have a designated point of contact with Community Mental Health, who actually is an Air Force veteran herself, so she's got the passion from that side. So yeah, we're doing everything we can at the local level to ensure that we identify folks that may be, working through the VA medications, the 911 calls, working with the local hospitals to ensure that they're letting the VA know if a veteran comes in, reporting that data, reporting those individuals. We have an inpatient program down in Battle Creek, so we can refer individuals down for a minimum of 30-day inpatient care at no cost to the veteran. They also get a stipend while they're there, so they can continue to pay bills back home. So there's definitely programs that are available, and we continue to refer folks. And we talk about, and you'll appreciate it too, Commissioner Cosby, it's about that holistic casework, right? It's not one, it always leads into the next thing. So if somebody comes in and we discuss emergent funding, the next question is, how are you? Is there anything we can do to help you in other ways? What is your mental health situation? Are you getting the VA benefits that you should be getting? So when they come in, there's 4 or 5 different touch points to ensure that they're getting the complete service that they need. Yeah, so it's definitely, it's great work. It's hard work. I will tell you, just, we have veterans that come in that pass away before we can even get their claims done. It's hard. It's hard. So, or having a conversation with a widow that just lost her veteran, over the weekend, what the next steps are. That's tough stuff to deal with. So, but we're working through it.
You need the
Commissioner-
resources.
Commissioner Clownians.
Yeah. So I guess, you are arguably the newest department within the county, as far as you started out with around a $300,000 budget. Now your budget's up to like 425. Is there any reason why your capacity building couldn't be built into subsequent budgets until you get to the point where you are running for a millage? And the only reason I ask that is, if we approve this funding, you're creating capacity and you're creating infrastructure that at this point, no one knows where things will be in 27. I would be really, as a veteran, I would be super salty if you make a run for a millage and it does not pass. I understand that, and this seems to be predicated on the notion that, you're going to fund to that point, but we don't know what the economic situation is going to be. We don't know a number of things. And so my concern is, not so much, I can see the ARPA request for your office space. That makes perfect sense. You need a space. But the funding out of positions does give me some concern that in the event that this does not come to pass the way that we all hope it will, you'll have created something that then will either require an infusion of general fund to keep it going, or will have to be scaled back, which would be a shame after all the work you put in. So I guess given, you're developing data and you're developing metrics right now, if this would be more appropriate to scale up. I realize MVA grants are going to be fluctuating. But it seems like, I'm not saying the safer bet, but the consistency for your growth would be better found in appropriations to the general fund moving forward, since the board's already indicated a willingness to increase your funding exponentially on an annual basis as you move forward.
Yeah, so those conversations have been had. Me and Karen at Fiscal yeah, those are emotional decisions, right? Because you're talking about adding a staff that could potentially in 2.5 years have to be let go. And we understand that risk. And I think, when it comes time to hiring those individuals, they have to have the upfront understanding that they're currently working under grant funding. And if for some reason our millage was not approved, that their positions would be at risk. We understand that. And I think as a department director, as long as I articulate that correctly to those employees, and they understand the direction that we're going in, that there is risk, then I think I would have done my due diligence with that. As far as the general fund goes, that would be a Karen question. We've had conversations, and whether or not the general fund growth could support anything that we're looking to do in the near future. So I would kind of let Karen explain that if the question was posed.
For sure. I mean, I guess it's just a matter is if the data of veterans you're serving comes back to support the increase, then obviously the motivation for the board to improve that increase would be there. The other thing that I did find a concern about, and this was actually pointed out by the location of our homeless veterans in that Holland Township area, is anybody who's worked here or been here in the morning has seen the exodus of people from the county, because this area is not served by public transportation. So how will you get those veterans up here to access the services that they need, given the fact that you're already, and I'm not saying, I realize your space at CMH is not, or your space is not optimal down on the north side of Holland, but where you're at seems to be where a lot of the services you will be referring out already are. Will you be continuing a satellite location there, or, to get someone who's in crisis, or to get someone who's suffering from transportation issues, housing, being unhoused, they have to get to what I think we can all agree is arguably a not super convenient place. So, for those veterans, our most vulnerable ones, I am wondering how you're going to get them up here to your new space.
Yeah, great
Because
question.
that's not built into this. The transportation piece is all the medical transportation.
No, but our transportation's already built. So our contract we have with Hope Network allows us to utilize transportation services. So we have a robust volunteer network of folks that can get people to us. So yeah, you have to weigh that, and I appreciate the question. Not a lot of them are coming to us via the bus system in Holland right now either. But at the same time, we have to take into consideration, how do I have elderly veterans that have to navigate a lot of blueberries and cornfields to get from Coopersville and Marne to Holland. It's a lot of blueberries and corn from Spring Lake to Holland as well. So it's always going to be an issue that we'll have to be very specific on addressing. So I think being at Fillmore it's equally inconvenient for everybody. I think that's the term most folks use. But it puts the flagpole, Chris, and I think you would appreciate it, right? It puts the flagpole in the center as much as we can of the county. But we have a forward operating mentality. So if somebody were to call us today, I have wheels, I will travel. That's the mentality of the department. If I need to meet you at the VFW in Holland, I will. If I got to go to Jenison and Hudsonville to meet you, we will. We have a great partnership with all of our veteran service organizations. If I got to go to Coopersville VFW and meet you, that's where we'll be. You know, I enjoy a good Starbucks as well. So wherever we need you to meet you, that's where we will be. And I think our committee will voice that same opinion, because I know PJ's work is on the streets. So,
Sure. Cool. And then I was really psyched about the shower and the laundry facilities. But then when I look at the MOU and look at the schematic, where is that going to fit in there? Because that's not a designated, that space doesn't have a designated spot in its rough rendering.
sure. Kind of hard to explain. As soon as you come in the office, immediately to the left, there's a storage room and a current office. And they're actually within a wall's proximity of the public bathrooms. So Cameron will tell you that is probably the preferred area to put that facility, because we'll have the access to plumbing, water and sewage. So yeah, immediately as soon as you come in, there will be a shared laundry and bathing. Yeah.
So may I be recognized? Just on that point, I think we heard earlier something that I think we've known for a while, that our largest veteran homeless population is located in Holland. And are we expecting them to ask family for a ride out here to Fillmore in order to get a shower and do their laundry? In Holland, you know, there's walkability from those locations that were identified earlier. There's public transportation options for that crowd earlier. So there's some difficulty there that I think that if we're trying to take care of those that we desire to serve, the largest population of those veterans in need that are indigent in a way, either unhoused or, you know, potentially going to be evicted, or are in a situation that's dire, we need to make our services and benefits more accessible to them. I'm afraid logistically that we're making it more difficult for them to access this. In this almost $1 million, I want to see some increases in helping them receive benefits, like how to bury their family member who served. Currently, we're giving them, I believe, $300 when a burial costs north of $10,000. $300 is not a meaningful amount of money to help offset that burden. I'd like to see some of this $1 million go to give them, increase it to a more meaningful number, $5,000, something to help them take care. I want to see the money make it to the veterans. This seems to be investing in our own infrastructure and growing our government rather than our tax dollars making it to the veterans and their families. So there's other issues. You know, we talked about how the maximum amount of benefit that we can give to any one veteran that requests it is only $1,500. In this day and age, that's not been adjusted. That's 1 month's rent. Somebody's looking to be evicted, they need more than that. I'd like to see some of this money be earmarked for that kind of spending, so it's actually making it to the families to keep them in their homes. You know, creating showers out here at Fillmore and laundry out here at Fillmore, I don't see that being a convenience to them. I see that becoming an inconvenience to them. The largest population is in Holland, the second largest is in Jenison, and the third largest is in Grand Haven. So by you moving some of these facilities out to here, Fillmore, you're inconveniencing far more veterans that use these services from Holland and Jenison than you are conveniencing those that are in Grand Haven. So how much of this money is actually, this $1 million is making it to the veterans and their families?
Well, like we stated earlier, you know, with the county veteran service officer, yeah, we're going to make veterans more if you're homeless and you're not getting the benefits through the federal VA, that's where the county veteran service officer has the ability to submit claims and compensation and pension and disability to help them get out of that current situation. We're gonna, Commissioner Bonneman, no matter where we go, there's gonna be a population of our veterans that are gonna be disenfranchised. So if you were to say, Jason, you can have space in the Grand Haven Courthouse, Holland, Jennison is not going to be able to see us. If we go to Hudsonville, because there's space with the public health at their facilities, then Holland and Grand Haven are going to be, I mean, it's just, we're an awkward county where our population sits. It's awkward.
No, but
But
we
without
know.
building infrastructure, without providing staff, without having a place to put the flagpole and say, this is who we are and this is what we do, we will not reach that additional 25% of veterans that don't know that they're eligible for these benefits. So we have to have growth within where we sit and how we operate, provide a space not only for our employees to say they're proud to work in, which we also have a place that, you know, veterans feel comfortable and safe to come to see us, to ask for these.
Jason, do you have some data that says that our current location does not make our veterans feel comfortable or safe?
I can't give you data. I can tell you that, yeah, based upon my conversations with veterans, when you come and you have to, I'm not going to get worked up. I understand your question. I'm not even going to go there.
We have private offices, correct?
We have 2 offices, that's it.
With closed doors.
With closed doors.
Right.
But you have to sit outside and wait to be greeted by an environmental science clerk to let you come back to even see us. And while you're doing that, you're waiting in a waiting room that is cold and blank with kids that are there waiting to get their shots before they can go to school, or people that are there to get information on STDs and all these things. Veterans do not want to walk into a space, and this is, do I have a survey data for you? No, I don't. But I will tell you from the folks that we're speaking with, from the folks on the committee, it's not a conducive space where we're currently
Jason,
at.
this is space that the entire public accesses all the time. It's good for the entire public. Are you saying it somehow needs to be more accommodating for veterans than for the rest of us?
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
my
Commissioner-
concern is that the money is not making it to the veterans or their families. We see this with government all the time. It gets lost in bureaucracy. It gets lost in payroll and infrastructure. This is $1 million. And I'm not opposed to you having different space at all. I just want it to be strategic to meet the needs of those we desire to serve. I come from a long line of veterans, lost my cousin in Afghanistan. I understand that they have specific needs, special needs, privacy. We want to be accommodating. I'm afraid that this is a lot of money being spent on building government bigger, but it's not making it to those we desire to receive it.
I'd like to go to Commissioner Rhodey next, please.
Jason, I just want to commend you for hearing your veterans and the things that they're saying to you. When this issue was first brought to my attention, it was brought to my attention by former state representative Barb Vanderveen. She's the wife of a vet. And she was working with veterans for the Secretary of State's office. So she has been advocating on this issue for many, many, many years. And one of her top concerns was for space. And that particular environment is not a welcoming space for vets. They don't want to go there because it's not that they feel better than anybody else, but they're very private. They want to go to a space where they're going just to see the people they need to see, because in all honesty, they don't want to be there in the first place. They're very private. And so it does matter to them. And it can be a barrier to them going to get the help they desperately need in the first place. So I appreciate that you have a heart and ears that listen and hear what the people are telling you. I also appreciate the passion that we hear for additional things, even beyond what is in here for additional monies for burial, for additional money for needs. And certainly some things could be done. If people are very passionate about that, perhaps they can work towards fundraising for those things. That taking care of this does not prohibit anybody doing any other efforts to continue to help veterans. I just want to go back to just a couple other points. I do appreciate also that your department is aware of the fact that there are veterans from around the county who haven't been accessing services, partly because the city of Holland is not really on their radar. And I think that location has been a barrier to a number of residents, throughout the county. And so you're right, it's complicated and you're never going to be able to please everybody with location. But I'm thankful that you are cognizant of veterans outside of the city of Holland, because there are certainly many of them. So going back to some of the questions about funding and shouldn't we just wait or build, do a slow build up. I appreciate that you've been evaluating the needs over the last 10 months and that you've also talked to other veterans departments in other counties. And I really think that there are a lot of veterans that we could serve if we ramped up to what the actual needs are right now over the next 2.5 years. Those are veterans whose lives we can't touch and we can't help. And you're right, it's more than just the veterans, it's their whole family systems. It's their children, it's their spouses. And so those people do matter. The ones that we could reach over the next 2 years that otherwise we can't reach if we have to wait until we have a millage. As we all know, money got a little bit tighter this year with finances. And so if we were looking at a general fund right now, we'd have to dip into contingency, which isn't necessarily the best thing to do. We have ARPA funds available, so there's no reason why we couldn't use that for what is an urgent need with many homeless veterans and many needs in the county. In regards to whether or not employees will be cut off if the millage doesn't pass, for one, millages for veterans largely pass. People care about veterans. But I think also you've talked about potentially doing a millage vote in May. And if it doesn't pass, you can do it again in November. And so if it doesn't pass, it would also give us a read on the community that, okay, well, maybe this isn't something they support. November's passage might be questionable too. And that gives your department and the county time to plan. So then we would know, perhaps we need to take a look at, do we need to fund this with general funds? Do we need to taper down our services? So I appreciate your thinking through that and your planning on that issue. I don't think anybody wants staff members to be, left out to dry. So, anyways, those are my thoughts on it. I don't know if you want to add any more, but I do appreciate your openness and that you want to, as you're hiring people, be explaining that whole situation to them.
Yeah, I don't really have much more to add. Look, I'm super passionate and I don't want to let my passion overrun my professionalism either, Commissioner Bonema. So I know we're both passionate men. So I don't mean any disrespect. So I appreciate your push is good, right? Because it forces me to do some analytical thinking. So I appreciate your passion.
We do want the same thing.
I
We
know
want
we
to
do.
serve the same population. I just want to see the strategy.
Yep.
And I'm
Gotcha.
not seeing that with moving it to Fillmore.
Okay, well,
Commissioner,
thank
You
you.
want to go first, Commissioner Kern?
go ahead.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for the chair of your committee to come with you as well. I think that my husband is a veteran. My father was a veteran. We I feel very passionately about this as well. And you are correct. It is the whole family unit that is affected. Because we all kind of serve, we all go with them, we all travel with them, we all, move every 4 years and, it's a lot. And it's especially hard on kids that have to change schools every 4 years. It's a whole, that's a lot. But I guess you brought up that there were 600 to 820 homeless vets. So you talked a little bit about metrics. I was hoping you could expand on that more. So of that 600 to 820 homeless veterans in the county, how many are we currently serving that are homeless? How many veterans are we currently helping with the limited staffing that you have? And then you mentioned, I kind of heard a little bit of a snippet that a lot of people aren't utilizing public transportation. So my third question would be, how are they coming to you, and what areas are you do you see that you're serving the most? Like, are they mostly from Jenison? Are they mostly from Holland? Is it, even across the board? I think that might help us.
Well, let's start with the last one. So, yeah, I got a few bike riders, some folks that walk, mainly from the Holland area. I do have some that are technically homeless, but do have vehicles for transportation. We have a couple that live in some storage units, but actually have transportation to get around. So I don't have the numbers for you, Commissioner Curran, on how many we're serving that are currently homeless. I can definitely track that and find you some numbers to be a little bit more specific on how many are receiving benefits. Again, when we do speak with somebody, the very first question is, are you receiving any VA medical or VA compensation? Because that's the first thing that we can do to help them raise them up out of the current situation. But I will definitely dig into that and get a specific number for you, the best I can.
Yeah, because I think that if we're going to put in showers and if we're dealing with a large number of homeless veterans, that this would be a beneficial, use for them, then that makes sense to put in the showers and put in the laundry facilities. But if we've got two, I've got a great laundry room. I'm happy to offer it up. So, do you know what I mean? That's kind of the way I look at it. Let's make sure it makes sense.
Yeah, when you
before we
work
put
in
that
casework, you'll run across people that we will need to recommend those services to.
Yeah.
We know the folks that we deal with when they come in, that they're going to need additional mental and physical health
Yeah.
by having clean clothes and a shower.
Okay,
Whether they're
that's very
homeless or not, we have a population that needs some assistance with that. We have
Yeah.
emergent folks that may not have the facilities at their current home that will also be able to utilize those benefits as well. So I'll get you the numbers.
Thank you.
Commissioner Miedema?
I guess, again, when I look at the request, the project total, and I look at how you've spelled it out about how you plan on utilizing the board initiatives that came through the ARPA dollars, I think something that you had mentioned, Jason, was that eventually this will pay for itself over and over again. And I do see that the renovation costs are very minimal compared to when we have done other moving projects or looking at building. And I think by moving to a new location that you have found, I think will lend itself very nicely to those with showers as well as laundry. Even without having those numbers, being able to offer somebody that walks in, allowing them to have that moment when they come in to offer, I think is a really nice thing, which you cannot currently do at the facility in Holland, nor do you have that ability to expand there where you currently are at. The staffing, same thing. I'm very thankful that if this goes through, that we would have the opportunity to serve more veterans throughout our county. I think that's something that has been brought up here a few times in the time that I've served so far with even the mental health in wanting to care for them. And I think that when you are having the opportunity to serve more people, you are having the opportunity to fill in holistically like what you've been talking about. So again, I don't have anything more to offer, just that when I'm looking at the actual summary request, it's very minimal for from what I believe that our veterans actually have deserved, I think, for a long time.
Commissioner Zelstra.
Chris, you want to go first?
Commissioner Kleinans.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. So, just a quick look, there's about 2,000 displaced persons within the county right now. So you're telling me that a third to a half of the displaced persons in the county are veterans, which is that a unique statistic? That seems like a high proportion of our unhoused population.
I think you'll find that across the board.
Okay. So a couple of things. This project total is $981,740 and a penny. Cool. So you've got your MBA CBSA grant in here as well. Is that part of that, or and so your ARPA ask is actually 818,465, or is the ARPA ask the 981, and this is just here because it threw me off because you have those new positions built into this grant. But you also have them built into this. So I'm confused about like how that works or how that worked out in when you were laying this out.
Yeah, great question. So all the 981 is what we're asking for. The County Veteran Service Grant was in the packet, just so you have another understanding of where some of our funds are coming from.
Okay.
When you look at that grant, that talk staffing, that grant only pays for a 0.5 clerk. So we're paying for half of our clerk, our 0.5, which is all we have, is being funded by the state grant.
Okay.
State grant has some limitations too, as far as like payroll and taxes and some other things that we can ask for. But when you look at our staffing request through the board initiative, we're asking to increase that clerk to a 1.0. So 0.5 is funded by the state grant. The other 0.5 is what we're asking for within the ARPA funds.
Okay.
So technically, we're asking for a 2.5 staffing out of the ARPA.
Okay, so, all right, so that's gonna like, because that would, looking at your metric, that's like 4 employees essentially by the time this is all, so you're doubling the size of the staff. That, give or take. I mean, it's a spitball kind of thing.
Yeah, it'd be a total of
Okay.
5.
Also, and this isn't just me, I've had a few veterans come up to me. I agree 100% that the billboard campaign could probably be revamped. Will you be going outside of the county to do that, or, because that was as a veteran, I found that billboard to be very ambiguous and not really pointing me towards the direction of seeking services from your organization. And so that's, yeah, I agree. Messaging is important. But that's not the first. I've heard, yeah, from some other people in meetings that, that was a little off. So I'm happy to see that that's built in here too. Just, and one final detail, and this is just quibbling. I respect that 50% of, according to the VA, 50% of veterans don't access their benefits. That doesn't necessarily equate to them not knowing about them. There are a lot of veterans like me that don't have need, but are very aware of where we go when we need that need. So I don't want that to get lost as we sort of like go into a presumption about what the average veteran needs. That's not how we all are. That said, we should prioritize those that are struggling. That I am behind you 150% on. But we are not a monolithic cohort. You know that.
Thank you, Commissioner Kleinens. Did anyone else have any comments? Commissioner Zylstra?
Yeah, Jason, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. I think Commissioner Kleingens in his first round of questions brought up something I think is really important is, did you think about this ARPA request in maybe breaking it out a little bit in the sense of, and we have two different things here, right? We have the space and then we have salaries. To my knowledge, we haven't used ARPA money for salaries, I think for very specific reasons. How would you feel about,
$5 million.
having,
We use $5 million for bonuses for staff.
but not for salaries though?
Incentives, yeah, incentives.
Staff salaries.
We did.
Anyway,
How
good
would you,
question.
how would you feel about having two separate requests in the sense of focusing on renovations and rent and then salaries, right? Because I think that, as Commissioner Kleingen says, one of the reasons why we didn't use ARPA monies to create new positions is precisely because of the cliff, right? We don't know when it's going to end. We don't know if there's going to be a millage. What do you think about, having, kind of pared down to simply the renovations and maybe leave the salaries to, as Jacob said, maybe part of the general fund process, right? For the, for next year. Do you see what I'm getting at or no? Sorry.
I do, and I've had a lot of conversations in 10 months in reference to budgeting. And no staff requests or the general fund were allocated this year.
Okay.
The only way for me to make my part-time clerk a benefited clerk was to ask the state for some grant money in order to do that. So the only way right now strategically that I see in order to get the staff that I need to do the work of our veterans was to ask for this ARPA grant. On top of that, simultaneously, we asked for some space and we were able to obtain it. So we just felt that in the best interest and time and in your time, the board's time, our constituents' time is, hey, let's just roll it up into one request. And I'll explain what I need. And that's kind of how we went. I've done my due diligence with this, Commissioner Zeister. I mean, I've had numerous conversations with fiscal, with facilities, with administration, and this was how we wanted to present it.
Yeah, and not to get confrontational, but your request for staffing was not approved, right? So, and what's been talked about before is that, this was a tough budget, right? And, making sure things fit is important to all of us, right? I guess I'd just like to make a motion, maybe split this in two, and make one request being the renovation and rent for 327, and then the staffing a separate request. And that will kind of let us focus on two different things, because I think these are two different things, right?
There's a motion. Is there a second? Seeing no second, the motion fails. Would you like to continue, Commissioner Zylstra?
No, I mean, like I said, I am supportive of, the space, because I think, Jason's talked, eloquently about the need for space, need for, laundry space and shower space. And, hopefully, folks who need that space can get to Fillmore. And I think that there's a question about transportation that you've addressed fairly well. And, supportive of that. Like I said, the staffing thing for me should come through the general fund appropriation process and considering all the needs of all the departments at the same time. So yeah, it's kind of where I sit, so.
Thank you, Commissioner Zylstra. Commissioner Rhodey, and then we'll go to Commissioner Bergman.
When we see an urgent need, which I do believe we have with our veterans, and we have the ability to fund that need, we should act. There's a verse that says, "Do not withhold good from those who deserve it when it's in your power to act." And whether you look at that as a verse or a saying, I think it's very true. And this is one of those opportunities where we see a need We see people who have sacrificed an awful lot for our country, and it's in our power to act to help them. So I believe we should do that. We have the ability to do that through the ARPA funds. The ARPA funds have indeed been used to fund and to fund positions. It's just that they funded positions for nonprofits. We sent out a lot of money that went to fund positions. They just didn't fund positions here at the county. But besides the bonus, the $5 million in bonuses. But I think it's really important for us to look at what is actually the responsibility of county government. And this is an area that falls square under the responsibility of a county government to take care of our veterans. And so I think it's very appropriate for us to use our ARPA funds in a way that benefits our veterans and fulfills one of our responsibilities.
Thank you.
Call to question. Go ahead.
We still have a little bit more. Did you have any other discussion to add, Commissioner Bergman?
Yes, I have a question about, so are we talking about item D also at the same time? It appears that we're mixing this all together, right?
No, that they're technically separate on the agenda.
Yes, I understand,
So we would,
but it's been brought up a number of times. So
Yep.
we're going to talk about it. Okay. All right,
yes.
I'll wait.
All right, I have one comment and then I would hope we could go to a vote. A question that has come up is, do you have money and supplies for emergent needs if someone needs clothing in that specific instance? I'm just curious. Or do you need that in addition?
No, we have emergent funding.
Okay, so if someone comes in and they have a personal need right then, there's ways to help?
Absolutely. So we have our
Okay.
Ottawa County General Fund emergent funding, which is through the committee. And then if you look at the grant for FY '25 through the state, we asked for an additional $15,000 for peacetime emergent funding. So for those that fall between that 1975 and 1990 non-war era period, they would have the ability to apply for some emergent funding too. So
Okay.
that wasn't asked, and the committee wanted that, and we asked the grant to help fund that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I've seen a lot of initiative and intentionality from you, from Veteran Services, so thank you very much. I think it does exemplify your mission, deeds, not words. So thank you for that. And I've learned a lot, even just today, and how you guys run the gamut. So thank you. And thanks to the members of Veteran Services who are here. Appreciate it. This is 20-year planning. This is looking to the future. So thank you for doing that planning and looking forward. We please go to the clerk for a vote.
Yes, sir. Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Kleinians,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
I'm a no because I don't see the money going
Mrs.
to
Rhodey.
the actual veterans.
Ms. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. We could go to, next up is item D, Veteran Services MOU. The suggested motion is to approve an MOU for the new space for the Department of Veterans Services.
So moved.
Support.
A motion and support. Any discussion? Commissioner Bergman, did you have an item?
Yes, the concern that I have, I'll share with some of the others regarding the place and where it is in the county. It seems to me that it's, unless you come up with a plan in terms of transportation, it seems to me it would be very difficult for many people, especially if the majority or a large percentage of these people are from the Holland area, it would seem that it would be difficult for them to get here unless you had some transportation. And also, I believe there's some large percentage in the Hudsonville area as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what are you thinking in terms of that transportation need? Because it
Well-
certainly will be a transportation need. They're gonna walk.
Yeah, absolutely. So the different phases of future planning. Initially, we currently have a contract with the Transportation Service Hope Network of West Michigan that if any veteran needs a ride, we can get them to where we need to get them. Second part of that is we've mentioned it a few times. We're a forward operating department, so your geographical location is not going to be detriment to whether or not we can get to you and help you with those services. We will be fiscally responsible as well by utilizing other locations to help have meetings and work with our VFWs and legions. So if folks need to meet us at those locations, we're going to get into a rhythm, a strategic battle rhythm of where we're going to be located within the county on certain days of the week, so that if there's individuals in, say, Marne or Coopersville or Hudsonville, Jenison, they'll know where we're at. That will be part of our marketing and advertising as well. Our outreach coordinator, that will be their mission. Their mission will be to ensure that we are involved in the community. We're using all the community resources because there are other resources in the community, most specifically the DAV out of Holland, who helps provide transportation services as well. So currently we have a plan with our current transportation provider. We have a very large network of volunteers that can go out and get a veteran and get them to their appointment. Come to see us, we can go out and see them. And then strategically, we've had conversations in reference to whether or not providing that transportation should be an internal opportunity for us as well. So as we look at our funding, right now, we typically ask the grant for about $40,000 a year to finance our transportation services. But we'll take a look at that and make a determination if that's the right place for the money to go. And if that's a service that would be much better provided internally through the department. All of our surrounding counties provide their own transportation services through Muskegon has 2 vans, one's wheelchair accessible. They have a part-time driver on staff. Kent County has an abundant amount of transportation solutions due to their proximity to the Grand Rapids and the greater metro. What's unique about Allegan, and when you talk about Jen Garcia, Jen is actually, she heads 2 departments for the county. She does both senior services and veteran services because of the cross between the populations. So it's unique that she gets to do that. But yeah, we're going to have a plan. The committee's already had conversations about transportation issues. Obviously, it's a bigger issue for the county itself, right? And so we'll work through that, but we will have a solution that will be very fiscally responsible.
So you're working with the legions and the VFWs, getting some of their help as well?
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
Absolutely. So some of our volunteers are actually from, the American Legion in Grand Haven. So I was at the VFW last night. We have great support as well. And it's really veterans helping veterans. So it's nice when you get some retirees that have some extra time on their hands and they want to, continue to serve, and they do that. So, yeah.
Commissioner Zylstra.
I think you should appreciate the answer to that, because I think, a lot of people say the same thing, like the equally inconvenient argument has been forever here. And, hopefully this move here is going to kind of stimulate, how do we get folks to come to Fillmore, right? Whether it's veterans or folks who need to get fingerprints or, whatever services we offer. And I think that's a great discussion for next year, is how we augment bringing folks to Fillmore, because, we're not getting that natural public transportation reaching out this far. And I appreciate your efforts to kind of just make sure that not only veterans are being able to get here, but, folks leaving our jail facility, right? How many times we leave in the building, you see folks walking down the road, right? because there really is no transportation. So hopefully we can have the discussion the next year about really amplifying that and making sure that this is a real transport-friendly facility in the future. So, thanks.
Commissioner Medema?
So we've heard at length from Jason, which I'm very appreciative. I just wondered if Cameron Bricker wanted to speak to this at all as our facilities director, as I know that he's been involved with it, and just wanted to give him the opportunity if that might be of interest to the board.
I will ask the question. Cameron, would you like to speak to this? Sure, go ahead. And then we'll go to Commissioner Wenzel after that.
Good morning, yeah. So speaking with Jason about this for months now, I just want to touch on the location thing a little bit here, that this is an ideal spot for these guys to land. It needs fairly minimal work done and renovation work done to it to get it to where they need it. And I know transportation's an issue, but it sounds like they've got that handled. So I can answer any questions if anybody else has anything to ask. Sorry. Does anybody else have any questions on my end?
Commissioner Brody?
And I don't know if it's so much a question, but I just want to point out that there's the one thing that I really love about that space is the large gathering opportunity that's there. There's a really, kind of, as you can see from the map, there's the offices along the outside, but then there's a really large space in the center where veterans can come together and meet. So I'm just super excited about that, you guys have a spot to do that.
Okay, thank you, Cameron.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Medema. Commissioner Wenzel, did you have an additional question or comment?
No, just comment.
Great.
Get with me afterwards. We will have a complete network for Hudsonville if needed for transportation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wenzel and Jason and everyone in the Veteran Services for the focus on that issue in particular and for serving. It is greatly appreciated. And thank you for going to our veterans. I love that you said that in the beginning, that you're what did you call it? That operational forward mentality. That's great.
Oh, for general knowledge too, December 6th will be our first surviving spouse support group. That's being actually hosted and held by a lady by the name of Ann Podhoff, who is a surviving spouse who fought the VA for about 5 years to get the stuff that she rightfully deserved to get. She's super passionate and she wants to make sure that she has a shoulder for other surviving spouses to lean on and have conversations about what it's like to live in that new world without your other half. They'll be here at Fillmore on December 6th from 8 to 10 in conference room F, coffee and donuts, because veterans like coffee and donuts. So
Is that geared towards veterans and surviving spouses, or is it open to the public?
it'll be, anybody can come. I mean, we've had the conversation. It seems like the 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon, somebody knows the veterans or grandfather's a veteran, uncle's a veteran. It's for anybody that feels that they can add to that conversation or could benefit from that conversation. But it's a little bit of how to navigate the VA. And the other part of it is just, what do we do with the things, not just with the VA? So the unique thing about Ann too, is she worked within the funeral home world for many years. When you have a surviving spouse that comes in, we have to navigate the VA. But there's a lot of anxiety with, what do I do next, right? How do I go to the township and reference the property taxes and go to the Social Security office to make sure checks are being turned off and not getting overpaid? It's going to the Secretary of State and getting the name changed on your license plates. And there's just so much to navigate. So Ann is just a wonderful individual that navigated that process, and now she has a wealth of knowledge to share of how to make that process easier during a difficult time when people are emotionally trying to figure things out. And she just has a very well planned out way of how to take care of that checklist of getting things done. So it's very unique to have her volunteer her time and be part of that.
Thank you. Okay, now could we please go to the clerk for a vote on the Veteran Services MOU?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Kleinjans,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Jason.
No, thank you.
Next up is closed session to discuss property acquisition. The suggested motion is to go into closed session to discuss property acquisition pursuant to the OMA Section 8D.
So moved?
Second.
A motion and support. Can we go to the clerk for a vote, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Kleinjans, Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel, Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman.
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
We
Yes,
have the required 2/3.
thank you. Thank you. And we're going to take 2 or 3 minutes, very short bathroom break as we walk to closed session. Thank you. All right.
Many years.
Okay, if we could come back to order, we're going to continue forward.
Use that gavel.
Is the live stream ready? Great. Okay, welcome back, everyone, from the property acquisition closed session. Up next, we have a motion as item F, which is agreement for the purchase of real estate. I will go ahead and read it. Suggested motion is,
Is it on? It says it's preparing. Is it correct?
It's on, that's
Okay,
just a
perfect.
glitch.
Just making sure.
thank
Thanks.
you. Suggested motion is to approve and authorize the board chairperson and clerk to sign the agreement for sale and purchase of real estate with the Tacoma Industries LLC for the purchase of 127 acres in Grand Haven Township at a price of $3,585,000 as part of the Rosie Mound expansion, with funding provided by a Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund grants, the Ottawa County Parks Foundation, and the Parks and Recreation budget. Further, the Parks Director is instructed to fulfill the intent of the board in these matters, including executing documents on behalf of the county required for this transaction.
Second.
I have a motion and support. Is there any additional discussion? Or Jason, would you like to add anything else?
So thank you very much for the opportunity today. So earlier in the meeting and the consent agenda, the board approved the second of 2 trust fund grants for this acquisition. So this parcel had been identified in 1989. The initial 164 acres was acquired by the Department of Natural Resources in 94 and then transferred ownership to Ottawa County Parks in 2003. So in 2021, we started conversations with the current property owner and have been able to secure 2 natural resources trust funds. The current owner is donating $1.891 million, so $1,891,000 of the property value. That helps us meet the current match requirement for the trust fund grant. We have approximately $250,000 Parks millage dollars and funding coming from the Parks Foundation also support this.
Okay, any questions? All right, well, thank you very much, Jason. Could we please go to the clerk for a vote?
Yes, sir. Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mr. Kleinjans,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
All right. Thank you. Next up is item G, Adoption Day Resolution 2024. Suggested motion is to approve the Adoption Day Resolution.
Second.
A motion and support. Do we have anyone here to present on this? Welcome.
I'm Tom Laddick. I'm the Juvenile Court Director here in Ottawa County, and I'm here on behalf of our Adoption Day that will happen on November 26th. I look forward to this moment with you.
Thank you, Tom. Commissioner Rhodey, would you like to read the resolution?
Sure.
Okay,
Love to.
great.
So whereas the state of Michigan and Ottawa County recognize the importance of giving children permanent, safe, and loving families through adoption, and whereas around 10,000 children are in the Michigan foster care system, and of these, approximately 250 children are awaiting adoption without an identified forever family, and whereas to help children find permanent, nurturing families, the 20th Circuit Court of Ottawa County will open the doors of the Family Justice Center on Michigan Adoption Day, Tuesday, November 26, 2024, to finalize the adoptions of local children, join other organizations to celebrate all adoptions, and to recognize our local social service agency and court employees working to secure forever families for our youth. And whereas this effort, along with similar celebrations around the country, will offer children the chance to live with stable and loving families and encourage other dedicated individuals to make a powerful difference in the lives of children through adoption. And now therefore be it resolved that the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim November 26, 2024 as Michigan Adoption Day in Ottawa County, and in so doing, urge all citizens to join in a national effort to raise awareness about the importance of adoption. And be it further resolved that all resolutions and parts of resolutions insofar as they conflict with this resolution are hereby repealed.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Any other questions or discussion? We'll go to the clerk for a vote.
Yes, sir. Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman, Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema, Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Kleinjans.
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, closed session to discuss ongoing litigation. The suggested motion is to go into closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268E to consult with corporate counsel regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with Kramer v. County of Ottawa, because an open meeting would have a detrimental financial effect on the litigation or settlement position of the county.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and support. Could we please go to the clerk for the roll?
Mr. Bonema, Mr. Kleinjans.
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap.
Yes.
Yes.
We have the required 2/3.
Okay, thank you. We'll be in closed session. Good to go? Okay. All right. Back to order out of closed session. And I have a motion for consideration. The suggested motion is to approve the settlement in Kramer v. County of Ottawa et al. As discussed in closed session and allow the chairperson to execute all necessary documents to effectuate the settlement.
So moved.
Second.
The motion and support. Any additional discussion, or we will go to the clerk? All right, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Kleinjans,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
All right, next up is a discussion item requested by Commissioner Zylstra. So Commissioner Zylstra, since you had that motion, could you remind me of what it is? Or could you read?
The motion,
Oh, sorry, it was a discussion item on
Okay.
compensation.
the
for
compensation committee
25
as
to
well
28.
as pay rates for 25 through 28. We did discuss that part. I just want to kind of close that.
Could you go ahead and
Yeah,
launch into
no,
that
so
discussion?
we have two resolutions forwarded to us from the compensation committee over the course of the year. I know we've had some legal opinions on one or both of those. I still think that we're in a kind of a gray area with both of those resolutions. And as the chair and I kind of discussed this weekend, there's an additional twist in the sense that with the move from 2 to 4 years, commissioners, there's underlying terms, there's underlying aspects of state law that haven't quite been adjusted yet. So there's a possibility that what happens this year as far as our final determination lasts not just for 2 years, but for 4 years. So I know the last resolution that came from compensation committee was for no increases for the board. If that were the case, there'd be no increases for the board for the next 4 years, which I think sets up the compensation committee, if that were the case, sets up the compensation committee in 2008 for a very difficult decision because they've had no increases over 4 years. So they may have to make a resolution that calls for a 20% increase, right? Say, supposing that we do 3 to 4% per year, they would have to, in order to kind of get to where we would have been, make a pretty drastic, recommendation, which I don't think is entirely fair, right? So if we can fix that this year, not only do we have commissioner compensation that kind of reflects reality, but also more importantly, take some of the burden off that compensation committee in 2008 to make some fairly drastic recommendations. So that's just kind of and you and I discussed that, and I
Yes.
appreciate having this opportunity to kind of go through that.
Yes, I think one of the important pieces here is just to note that if in 2027 or whenever that actual next compensation committee meets, maybe they can look back at this video and be reminded that there might be a larger increase. Other than that, I have other comments. I'll go to you, Commissioner Rhodey.
Well, I just want to note that the county clerk term, I believe, is a 4-year term. And are they evaluated on the same schedule? Was it every 2 years that they're evaluated? And so I don't know that necessarily a
that the
change
video
in
that
our,
Mac was saying-
I'm not sure that a change in
Right.
our term would necessarily.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think what the MAC was getting at is that the board can itself make a recommendation for itself. So the compensation committee could meet in 2 years. They just couldn't make a recommendation for the board that's in term, which has now expanded to 4. So I think they could meet and discuss, non-commissioner pay, but they couldn't make a recommendation about commissioner pay because it's the same term. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just going by what the MAC said. So.
If they did, it would apply under the current law to a future board. And so I would,
The wording.
I would expect, that it's possible the legislature may catch up on this statute that's
Yeah, and
related
let's hope so. Let's hope so.
to the other
I mean, there's
statute.
other aspects of commissioner, the whole commissioner MCL
Yeah.
that needs to be updated. And I've talked to, my legislator on that. about making sure we catch up some of the things that didn't get fixed and get to those in the next years or next year or two, right? But if it doesn't, then we may have a bit of a cliff issue, right? An upward cliff, so.
Yes, yep.
Yep, just as a point of clarification, that committee does apply to the prosecutor, the sheriff, the treasurer, the clerk, and the water resources commissioner.
Right.
So those are all 4-year positions.
Right, and I think the difference, what Commissioner Rhodey said, and I think it was a really great point, is that we just can't make, we would have to either sign off or not sign off, so this board couldn't do that for itself. We can definitely do that in
7 maybe?
27
Is it
probably.
At the end of 27?
Well,
Or we could
25.
even do it in 25.
Right, but it'd be 25, so we could definitely do it for the non-commissioners,
Yeah.
but we couldn't do it for ourselves during that term. And that, as Commissioner Moss said, that's, a failing of state law or not catching up to where we are. And let's hope we catch up. But if we don't, then we got an issue.
It's just a change in the state law. So
It's a change in state law that creates a problem that I think we can fix right now. And if we don't, then hopefully they do. But if nobody, excuse me, nobody does,
right,
then we may have an issue.
right.
It sounds like Commissioner Zalstra, you had an idea on how it could be fixed or resolved or changed right now. Did you want to expand on that?
Yeah,
or-
no, I think that, the last resolution we got from the compensation committee makes sense to me.
Yep.
And simply adding, commissioner pay adjustment of, I'm just gonna throw a number out, 3.5% per year, right?
So
It's definitely under the 8% that the county wides, but I think, it makes sense to me, but.
it's my understanding, would anyone else like to speak to this before I do? I'm happy to hear
I
everybody.
don't believe that we can do that.
Well, I think that
That'd
there's
be it.
underlying legal issues
Great
with all
idea,
our
but I don't
options.
think we
I think there's, all our options are a little bit fraught, right? So I think if we're to make the determination actively, I think that at least the commissioners have spoken, and that action itself may not be 100%, but neither of these two resolutions to me are 100% either. So it's kind of like bad choices all around, right?
I do think there's a provision in the law that explicitly prevents this board from choosing a percentage. It needs to adopt the percentage or reject it from the compensation commission.
Correct.
So we could, as suggested, we could just unilaterally put a number in there. I don't think it would hold up. Commissioner Miedema and then Cosby?
Yeah, I guess I don't see it as this board's right to be discussing the rates. I think that would be solely the Officers Compensation Commission, and then that's their job to figure out what's happened in the past, where we are moving forward. I don't feel comfortable weighing in on any of that because I feel like that's outside of my realm. I'm like, the only thing that we're given the authority to do is either to approve what they bring before us or turn it down, and it doesn't have any negotiation room. It's literally you accept what they give you as an all or a nothing.
Right, no, I totally understand that, but I guess going back to the original point is, for me, both resolutions are flawed in one aspect or another. So what are we accepting? A flawed resolution? And that's just my point, right? And it may be that, it's not, but for me, there is some aspect of, hey, I'm not 100% sure about these resolutions that we've gotten from the
I guess
conversation.
I'm not sure what part you feel is flawed in the sense that it falls underneath our bandwidth.
It's a great question. I don't know the answer to it because I don't think that state law addresses the fact that, oh, here's a bunch of stipulations, and if you don't meet them, then what? Well, state law's quite, silent on that issue, right? I mean, the second resolution was outside the 45-day window. The state law says, well, what happens if you don't get it done in 45 days? It says you shall, but it doesn't say, well, if you don't, here's how you can fix it. It doesn't say. We did get that final resolution outside the 45-day window. And, when it said you shall do it within 45 days. So I don't know what the answer is. And I'm just saying, if we make an intentional positive determination, that may equally be flawed, right? But at least we've spoken, right? As opposed to have
Yeah,
not
it seems
spoken.
like something that needs to be handled at the state level of addressing the language or if something were to happen,
Well,
like,
I think that's where you go to MAC, the Michigan Association of Counties, and you talk to them about the fact that they need to address this issue.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Commissioner Cosby, I'm sorry, I
No, that's all
forgot
right.
that you
No,
had your hand up.
I'm just curious for the commissioners who have been here for a couple terms. Have we ever authorized a time study, like to have the Officers' Compensation Committee actually do a time study of
How do you mean
this?
a time study?
Time study to follow like an officer, for instance, the chair, to see how many hours that chair position actually requires.
The only thing
Or
we've already
to
gotten
follow
a
the
resolution,
general
so.
Commissioner to, pardon me?
The only thing we've gotten from them is resolutions, right? And I have the
Yeah.
resolution from 2020 and
I'm wondering if
2022.
there's an opportunity, though, to authorize a time study so that, as compensation feels reasonable for the amount of time put in.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that can be done the next 30 days and we can have something finally brought to us that we could vote on again, an intentional, positive way that reflects, I just threw out 3.5 because that's a number, right?
Mhm.
It's would prevent, a cliff in 2028. I don't know what the real number is and what's a fair number is, but I'm just bringing up what my concerns are, right?
I appreciate hearing the concerns. It's my understanding that this board has absolutely no authority to change the resolution to put in 3.5 or any other number, even if that might make
No,
it
I
more
agree with you.
palatable.
We also have an authority to we also have a duty to make sure our compensation committee has done everything within the bounds of MCL. And like I said, I don't think we have. So I don't know how to fix it. I just think that there's an issue. And I think the
Commissioner
fix may not be the best answer either, but.
Commissioner Rhodey?
Yeah, and I believe that we went to corporate counsel and corporate counsel addressed this issue to help to clarify where we stood legally on this and what was our authority and what wasn't our authority. And so, I think unless you're dismissing the council of legal counsel, I think this issue's kind of been resolved.
No, I'm not dismissing
And-
it. I just have a difference of opinion.
And I think that, this is something I'd like Commissioner Bergman's recommendation of bringing it to MAC for some advocacy on addressing it in the legislature. This is a bipartisan issue. Kalamazoo, which has a majority Democrat board, they just recently substantially increased the pay of their county commissioners. The first time I heard this as an issue, it was from county commissioners from the other side of the state who could barely afford to be a county commissioner and feed their children. So, this is a bipartisan issue, which we can take to our legislators and ask them to do something about.
Authorizing a time study would be very helpful. It'll provide you objective data as far as how much time is actually spent in the commissioner roles, be it an officer and/or a chair of a particular subcommittee.
Right.
Yeah, I know the committee reached out to, well, they at least reached out to me. I don't know if they reached out to everybody else, but they did ask those questions when they were meeting. And they asked those questions of us, how long
Good.
does it take you every, week? So it wasn't an official time study, but they did ask.
And to answer your question, I don't know if that was done in 2020 or 2022 or prior to that. So,
No.
so.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Benoit?
yeah, so it sounds like there's a lot of agreement around that this is something that maybe should be brought to the MAC for some advocacy. Should we task somebody here to establish communications on this and maybe report back to us?
Just to finish up an email, I did reach out to the MAC with some of those
Good.
questions. So maybe we get I was hoping to get something back before today, but if not, then I'll definitely communicate that, to both of you or to all of us.
Great.
So that we have more, a more solid answer on some of these.
Thank you. Any other comments on this discussion? Okay, all right. Thank you, Commissioner Zylstra, for bringing that up. We will move to what was 7C. That is, I believe it's now 8J, maybe. Post-execution ratification of contracts under Section IVD2 of the Ottawa County Contracting Authorization and Foreign Policy. The suggested motion is to ratify all contracts for the period of October 1, 2024 to October 31, 2024, currently pending on the post-execution ratification list as authorized under Section, 4D2 of the Ottawa County Contracting Authorization and Form Policy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Support. Thank you. Is there discussion? Commissioner Zastra?
Yeah, just to go to contract 2454 W Talent contract. I had asked for the contract itself. I don't know how, important it is to have the exact contract in front of us. We have an initial statement of work, but if we could get eventually a copy of the contract, Jordan, that'd be great. My issue here is simply
You were sent a copy of the contract, Mr. Zalstra?
of 2454?
Yes.
When?
I believe the administrator or interim administrator sent it to you this morning.
Oh, I didn't see that. I'll double check. Okay. If apparently I was sent this morning. Okay.
Okay.
I guess the issue that I have with this is kind of that we've talked about and public commenters have talked about is that we have a purchasing policy that outlines, in pretty straightforward terms, what a contract looks like, what a bid process looks like. And, at the center of it is competitiveness, right? I'm not convinced, and I think, a lot of folks are not convinced that the process was competitive. I really can't see how we can approve a contract that was not, comporting with our own policies. So maybe you have something to say on that? I don't know.
What do I have to say is that the board authorized the Executive Transition Committee to engage with the recruiting firm. That's exactly what the committee did.
Right, but there's internal policies to follow while you do that.
But it also followed the policy, but either way, the board has the authority and the Executive Transition Committee has the authority to engage with a recruiting firm. And
That is not in
that's what
dispute.
happened.
That is not in dispute. What is in
Right.
dispute is whether we followed our internal policies.
Yeah, I acknowledge that you have a dispute and a difference of opinion and do not
But do you
like
do
how
you
the process
think
was
that we
handled.
followed our policies in getting this contract?
Yes.
Okay.
You did do an RFP,
No, there was not
so you didn't follow the policies.
If you read the policy, an RFP is not required for a contract like this. That's my
Really?
understanding.
Now, my understanding is that we do require an RFP. Is that not correct?
Well, for a certain amount, sure, and, yeah.
This board has the authority to hire an administrator per state law.
Correct.
So the state law trumps the policy itself.
Repeat that again, Jack?
The policy, the state statute gives the authority to this board to hire an administrator.
I think that's not in dispute. And what Commissioner Bergman is talking about is the process to get from A to Z involves numerous steps, and those steps need to follow internal policy.
So we can do without an RFP. We can do anything we want without an RFP as a
No,
board.
no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I just said that the policy doesn't supersede the state authority or statutory authority given to this board to hire an administrator.
That sounds kind of like the same. Sounds like we can do it without an RFP. You're saying it supersedes, right?
State law supersedes policy. Yes.
But we're not talking about state law superseding anything. We're talking about us getting to a point where we're ready to hire an administrator, and that, in this case, the Executive Transition Committee has indicated that it wants to bring on a search firm. But in order to do that, it needs to follow internal policies. I guess that's what Commissioner Bergman is talking about, and I guess what I'm talking about as well, right? And, there's definitely a paragraph, purchases between 2,500 and 35,000. These purchases require a competitive price quotation or proposal for goods, services, or construction in which a well-defined scope is conveyed by phone, mail, or online bid system, and do not require a formal sealed bid or proposal, public opening, or other formalities. Purchase requirements will not be artificially divided to avoid a formal solicitation. I read that as, you need a competitive price. And I think Commissioner Moss sees that as different, and maybe that's a difference of opinion and how we read that clause, so.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of opinion. I think it's a matter of black and white.
Oh, I mean, black and white opinions are black and white opinions, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Anything additional on this one? Otherwise, we'll go to the clerk for a vote on the post-execution ratification of contracts.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bergman,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Kleinjans,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema, Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
Okay, next up would be what used to be item J. It's the legal services policy. Suggested motion is to approve the revised legal services policy and advance to a second reading. Please.
So moved.
Motion and support. Any discussion? We'll go to Commissioner
Sure, thank you,
Zylstra
appreciate that.
as you pulled this one off.
This is more of a question than anything else to clarify. Section 4, I guess it's just section 4, where it reads, other legal services, if a recipient believes that he or she needs legal counsel related to his or her official performance or the performance of the county-funded department, office or activity which he or she supervises, which cannot be effectively provided by corporate counsel for any of the following reasons: there is a material legal conflict, specialized legal knowledge or expertise is required, or any other reason where sufficient cause is shown, the recipient shall confer with and submit a written request for outside legal services to the county administrator and provide a copy of the request to corporation counsel. The county administrator will forward the request to the Board of Commissioners, which shall make a decision upon the request as soon as practicable. I guess my question here is, it seems in one sense that it's a default. So if I say I'm requesting legal services for X reason, that request comes before the board. But you can also read in the sense that confer would give administration or corporate counsel some veto power over that request. And I just want to clarify that point. Do you see what I'm saying, right, Jack? I'm just kind of hung up on the word what confer means, right? If I'm conferring with you, it seems to give you corporate counsel or administration some decision leeway. Whereas the overall gist of that paragraph says, if I say I would like legal services for X reason, that by default comes before the board. I just want to make sure I'm expressing myself clearly.
No, I get your question.
Okay.
The word confer just means that you speak with,
Okay.
as opposed.
But
to
it's not asking.
As opposed to ratify. It's not a ratification. We don't have veto power over
Okay.
somebody who makes a request.
Okay.
To come and get outside services.
So there's no sense that this paragraph would allow administration or corporate counsel to prevent that request from coming to the board. I understand that a majority vote of the board will determine whether that request is granted or not, but just want to make sure that neither administration or corporate counsel would prevent that request from coming to the board.
I don't see that in my role as corporate counsel that I would deny someone who made
Okay.
a request in that way. And I don't think we gave or wanted to give the administrator that kind of.
Okay, okay. That's it. I just want to make sure that we're understanding what the word confer means. I'm just talking to, hey, Jack, just to let you know, as opposed to, hey, Jack, can you please approve this, right?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that.
Anything in addition? Please go to the clerk for a vote on that one.
Yes, sir. Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Kleinjans.
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby, Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Wenzel,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, that would bring us to what was item K, the contracting policy. The suggested motion is to approve the revised contracting policies and advance for a second reading. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second?
A motion and support will go to Commissioner Zylstra.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate that, Chair. I obviously was not on planning to discuss this. I appreciate the opportunity today. I have an issue on both contracting and administration, but since they're the same, we'll go from there. Opening up, it says policy, the first paragraph, all contracts for all departments, agencies, and county-funded activities shall be subjected to this policy. Further goes on to say that this policy, and this is a red letter addition, this policy shall not interfere with the independent authority of statutorily or constitutionally created county boards, although they are encouraged to align with its principles for the benefit of efficiency and best practices. So I see, Jack, again, a question for you. I see a conflict between those two. The first sentence, which is existing policy, says all contracts for all departments, agencies, and county-funded activities, which is definitely us, because we definitely have a line item in the budget, shall be subject to this policy. And then the red letter addition seems in conflict with that. And maybe you can help me out with that.
Okay, on this one, I am going to defer to my colleague.
Sure.
Renee. And before I turn it over to her, I just want to make sure that everyone is aware that both Lene and Eric Charters spent a great deal of time on this policy change.
No, I really appreciate that. And I think that Delaney knows a lot of appreciation for all your work. I guess I'm just focused on that first paragraph, so.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Zylstra, for the question. So that second, the new addition was added for clarity and consistency. And it was to clarify the fact that, as Jack alluded to earlier, the policy ultimately, it can't interfere with the independent authority of a statutorily or constitutionally created board, such as this board. So to answer your question, in terms of if I understood it correctly, the contracting policy, technically doesn't apply to the board because the board has independent authority.
Okay.
know if I
I don't know,
answered
can
your
I put a
question.
pin in that, or can I make a question? I mean, county funded activities, and I think elsewhere it talks about, Ottawa funded units. I understand that we're, state law, talks about county boards of commissioners, but we are a funded unit, right? We appear in the budget. So how are we not a county funded activity or Ottawa funded unit?
I'm not saying that we're not a county-funded unit, but there's an exception that this contracting policy cannot interfere with the independent statutory authority of boards such as this board. So it's kind of a carve-out or an exception to the first sentence.
Okay, I see them in conflict. You see it as a carve out, but I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right.
Any other questions
Yes.
regarding this policy?
Yes. So going back to what this discussion of policy and planning, I understand the the discussion at that point talked about that it was a large group meant to clarify, this policy. Who initiated this review of policy?
It was a collaboration between Corporation Counsel and the Purchasing Division of Fiscal. Eric Charters is the manager.
So did purchasing come to you and say, hey, this would be really good if we redid this? Or did corporate counsel go to purchasing and say, hey, we should get a group together to do this?
I suspect it was purchasing that came to Corporation Counsel.
Okay.
But it really was a collaboration. And like I mentioned last Friday at the committee meeting, we had been working with the purchasing department to really streamline and try to refine the contracting process. And both the contracting policy and the purchasing policy, the changes really reflect a culmination of the work that we had been doing. There was a lot of communication with departments, and we tried to incorporate tried to answer their questions by providing clarity. So, I suspect purchasing came to us, but, don't
Okay.
quote me on that.
Sure.
It really was
So I get that. So and that, from that initial, yes.
Just one second. I
Go ahead.
don't mean to interrupt you. But just so you know that the policy was adopted first in March of 2020. And so normally policy is reviewed every 2 years, and this one was overdue.
Mhm.
So.
Sure. No, I'm not doubting, I'm not saying that it wasn't due for review. I guess, and so from that initial conference, again, conversation, it developed into more of a multidisciplinary team, including members of the board. So was it purchasing that brought up the notion that there was interference going on that with the original policy that was messing with their constitutional statutory ability to negotiate contracts? Or did that come up from, where did that piece come in? Had there been a documented instance where the previous policy did interfere with the board's operations?
I don't remember it coming up in that context. It's more for consistency. This particular provision is very common in agreements and bylaws. If you look at the Agricultural Preservation Board bylaws that the board considered earlier, I think it was part of the consent agenda, that has very similar language. It's just stating what is known, that an ordinance or a law will always prevail over a policy.
Sure, I understand that. I mean, it's the same as like CMH operates independently of this organization as well because of how it's set up within the state structure. But I guess, again, because as Doug pointed out, this board occupies like a foot in both spaces. I was kind of hoping that, when you mentioned the word interference, that there had been a documented case of that going on that sort of provided the impetus to create this change, or is this trying to get ahead of a change that might never have actually occurred? My understanding, again, is that, you typically don't blow up a policy and then reassemble it unless there's a reason. I mean, tweaking policy is one thing, but this does seem to take a very decided tilt. And so it kind of came up that when the notion of that this previous policy interfered with this board's ability to do its job indicates to me that there must be a perceived reason, or it must be a perceived interference. So I was just wondering if that was, because at that point, I'm assuming, as you mentioned, there were board members involved in this conversation going around.
So for this particular clause, again, it was added for clarity and consistency. It's not an uncommon clause at all. In terms of your comment about it looks like the policy was blown up, for those who are not familiar with the contracting approval process, I totally understand that perspective. But I think internally for departments that are familiar with the approval process, they'll see that the basic process and procedure hasn't changed. We haven't changed anything in terms of contracts are either approved through pre-approval or post-execution ratification. None of that process has been changed. What we attempted to do, and maybe we didn't succeed, but we attempted to provide clarity to the process itself based on feedback that we have received from departments. So that was the goal. So any other questions?
Commissioner Rhodey?
Yes. Could you tell us when work began on these policies?
Oh, good question. Probably this summer. I mean, it's been a while. Eric and I, yeah, we've done a lot of work. Oh,
Yeah.
Welcome, Karen.
And before Karen, I just want to note that from my memory, concerns about these two policies arose pretty early in our term. That this is these are longstanding policies that have needed review, and they've been waiting for you guys, to have the time and the ability to look at them. So this is not, an urgently, we're rushing. You use the word assume. Yes, assumptions are being made here, but these are policies that have needed attention for a long time. So I'm sorry, Karen, go ahead.
Welcome.
I was just going to say that we really started to talk about these policies in July of 2023, and that was at the direction of previous Administrator John Gibbs in an effort to address some of the concerns about contracts and the process as far as speed and what was some of those delays. Internally, we've done some things that didn't require policy it didn't require policy changes like standard contracts. So we started to, and that was really at that direction. The actual work on revision of the policy after working with corporation for some time probably started in, this past summer.
Yeah, thank you. And have you been able to better clarify? There's some new language in here. Is this improving and clarifying the actual process that's in place?
It seems to be, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
And
Commissioner Rhodey.
I guess I just would follow up with you, Karen. Do you feel like the changes to these policies are beneficial? Are you finding that, do you believe that they will be helpful to your department and to other departments?
Yeah, I would say that, I mean, it was a collaboration between Corporation Counsel and Fiscal Services. So we tried to incorporate items that the departments requested. We tried to incorporate Corporation Counsel's feedback about what was necessary and had to be in the policy. So I would say that overall, we tried to take all of that in and make those changes.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this one? Thank you, Corporate Counsel. Thank you, Karen. Just going to wait just a moment to see if Commissioner Bergman stepped back in. Perhaps not. Okay, let's go to the clerk for the roll.
Here he comes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We just wrapped up Commissioner Bergman, and we were going to go to the clerk for a vote.
Mr. Kleinjans,
No.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema, Mr. Bergman, and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
Thank you. Next up, I believe, is the purchasing policy. That was item L. The suggested motion is to approve the revised purchasing policy and advance it to a second reading.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any discussion on this one? Commissioner Zylstra?
Yeah, obviously, I have the same issue with section 4.5. But just a question and to define what this means. I'm good. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah, the problem is, again, with 4.5,
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
Apologies.
And thank you, Corporate Counsel and Fiscal Services and Purchasing and everybody who worked through trying to improve these. I have read through it. It does seem like it will give more clarity to departments, and that's really the focus. So I hope that that is very successful. And we should go to the clerk for a vote.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
excuse me, Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Kleinjans,
No.
Mr. Bergman,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Next up is, what was item R, the MOA between Ottawa County and MSU Extension. The suggested motion is to approve the MOU between Ottawa County and MSU Extension for fiscal year 2025. Get a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and support. Let's go to Commissioner Zylstra.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that, Chair. In committee, this agreement did pass. It did pass, however, with a paragraph that was eliminated, and I guess I just have a couple questions as to why, I'm just going to read the paragraph itself. Further, as an organization committed to, this is obviously MSU saying this, committed to the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion, we will work collaboratively with our community partners to ensure participation from the broad human diversity of each community, political beliefs, sexual orientation, family status, veteran status, or any other factor, and work to make our programs accessible and inclusive of the multiple realities and forms of knowledge that will support equitable outcomes. I guess I understand there's a lot of words there that, may trigger certain folks, but I guess for me, when it says, and MSU is promising, we will work collaboratively with our community partners, and we will work to make our programs accessible. I really don't see why we're eliminating that. We should want that. We should demand that from MSU. I guess it's just an open question to the members of the committee, who voted to remove that. Why do we not want MSU to work collaboratively? Why do we want MSU to work to make their programs accessible? Could that have been amended in a way that those sentiments remained?
Does anyone not want to be collaborative with MSU? I believe is what Commissioner Zylstra is asking. I think. All right. Seeing no additional comment. Anything else?
Yeah, I'll just make a motion to add back the paragraph then.
Okay, we have a motion to add back the paragraph that was removed in committee. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion and support. Any discussion on adding back the paragraph? Okay, seeing no discussion, we'll go to a vote to amend the contract to re-include the paragraph on DEI that was removed in committee. So vote. So for clarity, voting yes, we'll add the paragraph back in. Voting no, will not.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mr. Bergman, Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Wenzel, Mrs. Miedema,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
Mr. Kleinjans,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
and Mr. Moss.
No.
And the motion fails.
Okay, I'll open it back up for discussion before we go to the main motion. Seeing no additional discussion, let's go to the main motion to approve the MOU between Ottawa County and MSU Extension for the fiscal year of 2025. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir. Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mr. Kleinjans,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Point of information. Did we have a motion on that?
Yes, it was the
Yes, ma'am.
original.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. That brings us to I believe that was all of the items pulled off consent. And that would bring us to committee reports. 9A, we have MSU Extension, the 2023 annual report. Welcome, Mr. Korpak. And is there a presentation as well?
There is.
All right.
Really long.
Great. All right. Excellent. We have allocated 1 hour.
Appreciate the opportunity today, and I'll be the first to admit that presentations are not my skill. That I have taken an approach that I think you can all appreciate, and it's from the advice of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And he said, be sincere, be brief, and be seated. And so that will be my attempt today. So this is a mission of Michigan State University Extension. It provides for us really the way that we benchmark ourselves. Are we really improving lives by bringing the vast knowledge resources of MSU directly to individuals? And that is what we look at, and that is how we assess ourselves. Here are some of the key performance indicators, ones that we very
closely track. Um, A couple of points on this, the 5,103 direct contacts with Ottawa residents, that's a good number. However, that is not including 4-H. It does not include any of the indirect contacts as well, which would be any type of resources that are used or websites that are visited. And one of those that we do want to increase is the Ask an Expert. If you're not familiar with this, make sure that you have access to it, but you can go right to the website. You can take a picture of a bug or of a leaf or of something else in your garden. You can send that picture and get a response from an MSU expert. And we'd like to see more people do that. We know artificial intelligence is on its way, but it doesn't quite do it the way that an expert can do right now. As you know, Ottawa County is the third ranking for agricultural products sold in Michigan. Just out of curiosity, Huron is 1, Allegan is 2. And when you look at this, it demonstrates that agriculture has been the backbone of Ottawa County, and it may continue to be so. I would argue that it does. Here's a review of the census. The census is done every 5 years. This was in 2022. You can see that Ottawa was #1 in all crops and #4 in livestock, poultry, and products. And then the sub categories are all that were top 10. Now, I've learned at Michigan State University Extension in my past year that they really take numbers and data and recording that data very seriously. And so there is a lot of time spent on that because we want to make sure that the data is driving what we're doing. But you know what? The data is one thing, but really people are what matter. People are what the relationships are formed, and that's how the work really is done. And so you may be familiar with some of these folks, but just in case not, I want to make sure that I highlight them. Morgan Mills is your new 4-H program coordinator. Started in July, just achieved her master's degree in animal science. Quiet demeanor, but don't let that fool you. She is enthusiastically and passionately pushing herself into 4-H community. She is passionate about helping our students in Ottawa County learn leadership, learn the skills that 4-H teaches. Charles Gould is a bioenergy educator. He has deep roots in Ottawa County. He is fascinating to talk to. He knows so much about so many things. One of the things that he gets a lot of attention with right now is agrovoltaics. And I even think I said that right. That is growing crops with solar panels in fields. Very, very controversial. But what MSU Extension does is provide research-based evidence unbiasedly. And I saw Charles do that in front of quite a large crowd in a neighboring county. But he is getting very well known. He just got interviewed by the Wall Street Journal. Martine Manuel is your dairy educator. Martine lights up the room and any room comes in. He has that kind of personality. I was at a dairy herd dinner earlier this year that our office manager Kelly and Martine put on. And I saw this room full of dairy farmers, and I saw Martine welcome them as they came in. And it was like they, the warmth and the trust and the credibility speaks so much to the fact that Martine is welcomed on any farm that he visits. He also has his own virtual coffee break podcast. I don't know if anyone's here in the dairy business, but if you are, even if you're not, it's really very interesting. The last one was on using parlors for small dairy farms. And then there's Carlos, and Carlos is a veteran. He's been here for quite some time. He is your blueberry expert. I imagine that he can tell you every blueberry farm and field in Ottawa County, as well as the varieties that are grown, and also is very knowledgeable with integrated pest management. In fact, he's so well known and does so much with integrated pest management, he has his own refrigerator in the office. And the work that Martine and Carlos are doing with Hispanic workers, translation of resources is all really well done. Help me out. Oh, there we go. Just a few more that are actually in Ottawa County. Heidi Lindbergh is, if you notice, Ottawa County is #1 for nursery and greenhouses. And I think that's good because of Heidi and her skill set. Heidi, if you've got a question about a flower, she's your person. If you want to talk about nutrient access, or if you want to discuss energy, and does your greenhouse take as much energy as a neighboring greenhouse with the same size, she's your person. Bill Lindbergh is Christmas tree educator. Yes, those two do go together, Bill and Heidi. You may already know, but Michigan is the #3 producer of Christmas trees. It's also the #1 producer of the most varieties of Christmas trees, 9 different varieties that are grown in Michigan. And Bill's work has really been about what happens to Christmas trees as they grow with longer growing seasons and different pests that are coming. And then Mario Borgman, who's community food systems educator. I had no idea what that meant. And so I've, over this past year, learned, and I've learned that it's really important because it's like taking West Michigan potatoes into a West Michigan production facility and then delivering that to West Michigan schools. And it's also about supporting beginning farmers. There are fewer farmers now than there were 5 years ago or 2 years ago. That's in Ottawa County and throughout Michigan. And that's a serious concern. It's also a concern because it's no longer passed down through families and because of the initial costs that have to start being a farmer. But we have young people that want to be farmers, and we need to help them if we want to eat. And we do. And this is a partnership that Mariel is just really central in. It's with Michigan Farm Bureau, Greenstone Farm Credit, USDA Farm Service Agency, Michigan Soybean Association, and it's really quite amazing. Now, I'm already telling that I've been sincere, but I've gone a little bit longer, and that's stopping me from sitting. So I'll go quickly through these final 3. You have other MSU Extension educators that don't reside in Ottawa County, but they're here often and they provide assistance, because when you have MSU Extension services, it's not just people that are here, but it's the entire university. I've focused on agriculture, but in the future, I will have the opportunity to share with you about 4-H and water quality, Michigan Sea Grant, food and health, SNAP outreach for veterans, gardening in Michigan, so much that MSU Extension does. So much, in fact, that I still do not have my elevator speech down because it's just not long enough elevator ride. And lastly, I think this is really cool. Not many people know about the product center for Michigan State University Extension, but you've got 2 young gentlemen there, Paul and Mike. One is, both are from Ottawa County. One is an MSU student. And protein pints, maybe you've seen that in your store. They're in Meijer stores. They're going to be in hundreds of stores soon. And it's an incredible success story. It's entrepreneurial. And it was in partnership with Kendra Wills, who is now in the Ottawa office, who works as a counselor for new businesses. And I think that's really quite amazing. So I hope you'll support them. I hope you'll stop by and pick up a protein pint. They're really very good. And you're doing something healthy because it's got protein. And with that, I am done.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Appreciate it. And we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is public comment. Is there anyone present who would like to offer public comment? Welcome.
Sheila Detloff, Holland Township. So during discussion of funding the veteran services today, Sylvia Rohde noted that you don't withhold goods from those who deserve it when it's in your power to act. You don't withhold goods from those who deserve it when it's in your power to act. Does that apply to maternity support for mothers who are Black? Does that apply to suicide prevention initiatives aimed at men? Does that apply to food support for our hungry neighbors? Does that apply to health needs for our vulnerable populations? Does that apply to support for LGBTQ youth? All of the above, this board majority turned down sometime over the past 2 years, and it's not even an exhaustive list. Turned down due to either language in grants or on websites of organizations associated with those grants, or due to culture war issues that the current board majority decides to grind their axes on. As Sylvia asked subsequently, what is the responsibility of county government? Indeed, what is the responsibility of county government? I hope our incoming commissioners, several of whom were in the audience earlier today, understand that better than the current board majority does. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in person who would like to address the board?
Ken Willison from Spring Lake Township. And I apologize, this comment, well, I hadn't planned to make a second comment, so this will not have the polish the first one had, so bear with me. I felt I need to make it clear on what I said earlier. My problem is not Crockery Lake per se, or with the fine people here representing their association. My problem is with the process that's being followed to make what could be a very expensive precedent-setting decision for our county. And I'll talk more about that at another time if it's ever appropriate. What I really want to make clear, though, is that I have no problem with the Crockery Lake Association. As I said earlier, I've read through their minutes and their newsletters and just about anything else I could find on their website over the last 2 years. These people have worked their tails off. They have churned themselves into butter trying to find a way to move their lake forward. The problem they have is lack of participation from the people that live around the lake. And, you know, that's hard for me to kind of swallow, I guess, when I see that, you know, right now I live in Spring Lake and I know the Spring Lake board members are paying $600 a year towards their lake board. Crockery Lake right now is only requiring $40 a year and they can't get adequate participation on that. So they've got a lot of residents refusing to pay $40 a year. On top of that, they have tried, they've looked into joining a lake board, which would then enable them to tax themselves to pay for the restoration of their lake. They've investigated that, and what they have found out is there's not enough participation by the people that live around the lake. They're not willing to tax themselves to do that. So I guess that bothers me a little bit as well. Which brings me back to just my final thing on this, and then I'll wind it up. You know, I grew up in a very, very conservative Protestant home. And while I know it's not a biblical principle, I grew up believing that God helps those who help themselves. Until the Crockery Lake community decides to help itself by taking advantage of what's already available to them, which is to become a lake board, I don't see why we have any obligation as a county to jump in and help them. If they, you know, if they had a lake board and they were paying, you know, a substantial amount towards restoration of the lake and it was still in the shape it's in now, I'd be with them. But I don't see that happening. I think it's premature. Plus, I think if we're going to start helping out lake associations to pay for their restoration, we need to then go through a process and establish some policies for doing that. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in person who would like to make a comment?
Name's Chuck Lane. I'm on Crockery Lake. And I appreciate the comments the gentleman just made. I understand his thinking, but I'm here to tell you that the Crockery Lake Association and the people on the lake have been busting their keisters since 1978, trying to remediate the lake in the condition that it's in. We have gone through, as I mentioned earlier, 4 different sewer inspections, trying to figure out how to resolve, get sewer around the lake. We've gone through 4 or 5 different studies done on the lake to try to improve the lake quality, and we've gotten recommendations on them. Here's one as an example from 1999, and I read through it just a few minutes ago, and we have implemented probably at least 50 to 60% of what they suggested in that particular fund, and we've been doing that kind of thing right along. Our lake has probably, if I were to go back and look since the inception of our lake association, I would guess 60% of the people on that lake have been on that board trying to remediate lake issues. And the problem is we're not a big lake. We're 110 acres. We've got, I don't know, maybe 130, 140 people. And one of our estimates in 1999 was $1.7 million for sewer. No way in the world you're going to get people to be able to support $1.7 million to put a sewer around that lake. We just don't have the money. We're not a big lake, as I said, 110 acres, 150 people. Average income on that lake, if I had to guess, maybe $50,000, $60,000 compared to some lakes. Spring Lake is an example where it's quite a bit higher, notably and understandably why. But the point is that we just don't have the kind of funds available to take care of our lake the way it needs to be taken care of. We are doing things we installed a anti-funneling ordinance. We have a trying to think of some of the other ordinances we've had. There's been probably a half a dozen dock ordinances, all sorts of things that we've gone through Chester Township to get installed. We ran through programs to correct the shoreline so that the lake doesn't have the runoff that it has. Anti-fertilizing, they recommended 100-foot. We put in a 300-foot ordinance. So we have done over and over and over. We've made efforts trying to improve our lake quality and trying to improve the life of these people. I've been on the board. I know, like I said, probably 60% of the people on the lake that have been on the board trying to get things resolved. And we're kind of at a dead end. When this thing came up with Monsanto funds, it's perfect answer. We would really appreciate you people considering that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in person who would like to give public comment?
Wasn't going to speak, so I don't have written notes. My name is Paula Humphrey. I'm on Crockery Lake in Chester Township, which is part of Ottawa County. I'd like to speak to Mr. Bonham, Commissioner Bonham's question about the drains. I happen to live on Chester Drain. When we moved in 20 years ago, I wondered who maintains the drain? How is the drain cared for? The drain itself runs from the ditches at 24th Avenue and Gooding. And those ditches are fed by all of the farmers' fields, by the runoff on the roads, and by landowners that are part of the watershed. And so I contacted the Water Resource Commissioner, which it was a drain commissioner before Joe Bush came on board, and tried to finagle the threads, the waters of how water travels from a farmer's field into Crockery Lake. My husband spent hours digging, summer after summer after summer, because all of the silt that came from the property owners' homes, their yards, landed in my front yard, landed in front of our watershed. And so through remediation, through an initiative that was spearheaded by me, and my name is not very, people run when they see me coming, but that initiative only touched a portion of the remediation that needs to be done to our lake. It only addressed one drain, and the other drains, and the one drain hasn't even been fixed yet. The one drain coming in from the county park still needs to be fixed. It's not done. And that initiative was over 6-7 years ago, and we paid thousands of dollars. Our home has the drain through the property, and we were like the 6th highest property person that had to pay for this drain, and I know I'm going to go over. the county, Ottawa County Road Commission and Drain Commission together decided to convert a 36-inch culvert that ran under 24th Avenue, under Gooding. They changed it about 20 years ago to
Thank
two
you.
5-foot culverts. And those 5-foot
Thank you.
culverts
Thank
now
you.
drain into our lake. So that's just one of the drains that you have.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township. History can add clarity to current events. Some will remember the early 1990s push for EPA testing of vehicles in Kent, Muskegon, and Ottawa counties. There was finger pointing as to the origin of air pollutants. Arguments were made that any elevated pollutants found in West Michigan blew in on winds from Gary, Indiana, and Chicago area. I remember attending a town hall meeting with William Van Rigemorter, who was representing Ottawa County at the time. I remember his speech tone was working the crowd and slanted toward out-of-state pollutants and undue testing burdens being put upon West Michigan. I remember him addressing the acid rain testing results in Borculo. He asked the question, what is in Borculo, Michigan? I answered that question with, draw a line due west and you have Consumers Energy coal-fired power plant. Similarities juxtapose with Crockery Lake pollutants. Lake residents finger point to the farmers and negate personal responsibility. Why spend their money on septic upgrades when they can offload their equity and personal responsibility onto farmers and the ag community? Residential lakefront septic systems and household detergents and the drain field throughput should be addressed by homeowners. Algae is very sensitive to outside factors. Detergents are a leading pollutant of water sources. The many ingredients of detergents can have either an antagonistic, additive, or synergistic effect on the toxicity of water. Lake residents should attend to their role and responsibility of out-of-pocket. Leadership by example, and in doing so, maybe the ag community would buy into corrective action on their part. Ottawa County should not fund, subsidize, or become entangled in this matter.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in person who would like to address the board? Do we have anyone online? Okay. Anyone else in person? Last call. Okay, all right. Seeing none, we'll move on. Next up, additional business, administrator's report. Do we have anything to report today?
Mr. Chair, just very briefly, commissioners are welcome to stop by or reach out if they have any questions. We're assisting Commissioner Miedema with the TNR interviews, with scheduling to fill the many openings on commissions. If you see any openings, please feel free to refer them to apply. We can always use more applicants. We have several issues going on with facilities and space issues that we're sorting out with the Grand Haven Courthouse. We have the public defender position that we're hopefully hiring here soon, and a few other odds and ends, but I'll keep it brief. It's been a long meeting.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, I have one quick update and then we will wrap it up. After President Trump's historic win 1 week ago, where he won the Electoral College and popular vote and made gains in many voter demographics, I asked Administrator Wetmore to prepare a list of policy recommendations for how Ottawa County can focus on core government services, critical services affecting Ottawa County residents, and ways to prepare for future changes to align with the Trump administration agenda, and how that will positively impact Ottawa County. I've also asked administration to consider policies and priorities from Governor Whitmer's administration and ways to handle or correct parts that are out of sync with the America First agenda. We have a bright future. President Trump has been clear he will be abolishing departments at the federal level, reducing the size of government, and stopping wasteful spending in a time where we are $36 trillion in debt. The coalition President Trump has built with people like Elon Musk and RFK Jr. has stated they will dismantle the DEI bureaucracy, stop the weaponization of government against citizens, and unleash American energy, support our great veterans, and improve economic conditions for families and businesses. The new Congress begins on January 3 of 2025. Representative Thomas Massey indicated Congress will have at least a dozen bills ready for President Trump to sign and take immediate action the first day he is sworn into office, much like this board did on January 3 of 2023. As Vivek Ramaswamy recently said, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to radically downsize the size, scope, and mission of government. Yesterday, Elon Musk said the American people voted for major government reform, similar to how the citizens of Ottawa County voted in 2022. You might say the people of Ottawa County were a little early to the party. I'm thankful for the important reforms and changes and work this Board of Commissioners has done during the last 2 years. So thank you for fighting for freedom and for family. And what we do in our role as county commissioners impacts our children and our grandchildren. If you have ideas you want to contribute or anything else, please contact or email the administrator. I look forward to working with my fellow commissioners as we wrap up this year, till the ground to prepare for next year, and continue working to make Ottawa County a place where freedom rings. That's all I have. So seeing as we've reached the end of our agenda, this meeting is adjourned.